Let's call this meeting to order and welcome to our April council meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Member Collazo,
Present.
Council Member Fernandez,
Present.
Council Member Garcia,
Present.
Council Member Diegues is absent, Council Member Ruano,
Present.
Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Jonathan Rodriguez.
Father God, we thank you for this glorious day that you have made. Father God, we thank you first and foremost for everybody who is present here today. Father God, we thank you that all of the items on the agenda today, they're going to be discussed, Lord. We ask that you bring your spirit of peace over this chamber, the spirit of unity, the spirit of clarity. And Lord, as each agenda item is discussed, Lord, that there is a unified decision to move forward to benefit the town of Miami Lakes and its residents and the families that reside in it. Father God, we pray and we thank you for each council member that's before us. Lord, we thank you that when you created them, Lord, that you gave them the purpose to be on a part of this town. And Lord, we thank you that they've responded to that call and that your yes here today resounds through our community as those decisions are made for the benefit of its citizens. Lord, we thank you not only, and we pray not only for this town, but for our nation. Lord, we thank you that in times of uncertainty, Lord, that you are our constant. You are our lighthouse in the fog. And Lord, we thank you and we turn to you for guidance and for wisdom. And Lord, we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Jonathan. Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Girl Scouts of America, Troop 9002. You may be seated. Great job by our Girl Scouts of America, Troop 9002. We have the Better You Minute by Ariel Fernandez. Welcome, Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Integrity. That's a word we hear all the time. But what does it really mean? The Google Dictionary defines it as a quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Quite a meaningful word, and a trait we're certainly all interested in being associated with. But do we make an effort to be people of integrity? Integrity is not a trait that we gain as a one-time act. It requires a daily effort to continue showing that trait. It is being honest at all times, being trustworthy all the time, and showing a high moral fiber all the time. Hard work, I know, but the work pays off. Let's make an effort to be people of integrity and show our community what we're made of.
Thank you, Ariel. Appreciate you always starting off our council meetings on such a positive note. We're moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have some. I want to combine item 14C to the discussion that we're going to have on item 12A. That's combining 14C to the discussion that we're going to have on with 12A. Additionally, I wanted to move up to after public comments, 3 items. One of them, Vice Mayor, if it's okay with you, your street designation, which is item 14B. Wanted to move that up to after public comments. Also wanted to move up 15B, right after 14B, and additionally 15D after 14B. So just these are the ones that I'm moving, combining 14C with the conversation on 12A, and additionally moving up to after public comments 14B, 15B, and 15D to right after public comments to get those out of the way, and then we'll take up everything in a very expeditious fashion. Any other additions, deferrals, deletions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask for 14B to be moved up after public comments. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take item 16B before or during 12A.
So we'll move that exactly the same with 14C. Take up 16B, 14C, 16B. We'll take those up when the conversation on the budget amendments comes up. I'll hand it over to that council member. Any other additions, deferrals, deletions, council, on the agenda? I just want to repeat it. We're combining 14C, 16B with 12A. We're moving up to after public comments 14B, 15B, and 15D to after public comments. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, are there any motions on the table?
I'll move
Motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The order of business has been completed. We're on to public comments. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. All comments or questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes, maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outburst in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his, her remarks shall be permitted. And should a member of the attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. And please, as a courtesy to others, electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruption of the proceedings. Please just approach the podium. Welcome to this meeting. State your name and address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager, council members, cordially, I want to thank everyone for entrusting my organization in sponsoring the first ever Miami Lakes Model UN Conference at Roberto Alonso. I want to thank the town for providing the venue. And not just that, I want to thank you guys as council members, Mayor, for entrusting us in outlining certain topics that we spoke about. And just to expand a little bit, students took on the ideas of environmental impacts, which we see a lot throughout our South Florida region. But they also took on the high amounts of drugs coming in through the southern border. And what I like to see about these events is that we have students involved in civic stuff. So not just that,
my organization per se is not just a nonprofit. It's a mission. It's more than that, actually. In my opinion, I think that it's more of in my view, I think it's more of a message, right? We stick by our motto, charity, civics, and commitment, to further this idea of civic engagement amongst youth. And I think that's very important. And just to further that point, I think that the town council and the mayor voting overwhelmingly for this event shows the support that the town has for their youth. And I think that there's much more we can do. Not as an organization, there's really so much we can do. I know that as a town, with all the committees that you guys have and all the events that you guys do for the town, I always push for civic engagement, not just by adults, but by children as well, because people that vote, which it's 18 and up, but we can't have this other side of our population not be informed on what we speak about on a daily basis. Because we may come up here, I may come up here and speak on Optimist Park, on the items that you guys propose on the agenda, but we certainly don't have a civically knowledgeable population. So I think that with my organization and other organizations in the town, like Virtudes Unpopular, who was one of the sponsors to our event, alongside other organizations like the Guardians of Human Rights Foundation, who helped us push this mission, I think that alongside the council and alongside everybody who stands for things that improve our societal standards and our quality of life, I think that I want to thank the council and everyone who supported me in that mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Please just approach the podium.
Good evening. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. So last weekend I spent some time at Veterans Park. We always talk about, creating stuff, but we also have to remember that we have to maintain things as well. So, status of the bathroom at Veterans Park. The sinks there have a rust stain around the drain about 1 inch thick. The sinks look like they're gonna fall off the wall. One of the sinks doesn't work properly. So while we engage in lots of conversation about the development of Optimist Park, how about we focus in on what we have and try to maintain it? Another thing that I would like to just suggest, maybe a consideration, the pavilions. They have electricity. It'd be nice if you guys could install maybe some fans, especially during the summer months. It gets very, very warm under there. There's barbecues, people come out there. It doesn't take too much to invest in some fans and install them and place them above. Now to the item at hand. There was a meeting held in March, organized by Councilwoman Ruano. In attendance were State Representative Tom Fabrizio, as well as School Board Member Robert Alonso Jr. At discussion was what was happening with the Optimist Club, in particular the JUA. Seems like everybody has a different interpretation of where we stand on the JUA. My concern is, and I know that we're talking about November money, the famous November money, okay? November money. Before any dollar is spent, any money is spent on the park, I think that we need to solidify where we are with the JUA. Do we have the right to build? That is something that we need to solidify. We have had meeting after meeting, workshop after workshop to discuss, plan A, plan B, plan C, plan Z. We're still with plan A, the $20 million project. Lots of discussion took place with regard to this. We're still at the $20 million project with no funding. And we all heard, well, most of us heard, which gets me to my next item, the conversations that took place at that meeting that took place in March. FYI, I did have an email exchange with the town manager. Wanted to see if that could be streamed. I was told that traditionally you guys do not stream these types of meetings. When you're talking about $20 million, I think you can make a little effort. Because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers that you're asking to fund the bill for this. The recording was as poor as you could possibly imagine. I don't know if we're using 1970s equipment, but you could hear people talking over each other. You could barely hear other people. So while the meeting is quote unquote recorded, it is a poor recording, and it's very, very hard for the person to kind of follow along. So again, focus in on what you have. Invest money on maintaining what you have. In particular, the sound system, because it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther Cullen, 6855 Cassia Place. Good evening, council members, town manager. I shared 2 emails with several elected officials. I didn't include you, Manny, although I know you know about the topic. I'm sure that the manager or the clerk can share them with you. I have a concern that it's been going on for over 2 years. One is the Fairway Drive traffic calming device. It's been fixed, it hasn't been fixed, the battery's been replaced, it hasn't been replaced. Why I appreciate the work that the grants department did in getting us a crosswalk there. They're still speeding. It's a connection between Loch Lomond to Miami Lakes to the Palmetto, and funds should have been budgeted in 2022-23, and if they haven't, I suggest that out of the 1.2 surplus million dollars that we have, that funds get allocated and that the device gets fixed now. The email response today from my email of January 2023 is that now we're waiting for quotes. I've sat in a seat in the corner. It does not take 3 months to get quotes. Please make it a priority. The second issue I have is we've had a pothole in Loch Andrews. I'm sure Mr. Garcia saw it when he was campaigning in our neighborhood. It's in front of Par 53. That little piece in front of the park happens to be owned by the town. They did a patch job about 2 years ago. Loch Andrews just spent $200,000 in repairing some potholes and drainage issues. It's going on 2 years. I would ask that this town fix the problem once and for all. I know Mr. Peterman is well aware of the issue as he owns property in the same community that I own. If it's not, again, if the funds are not budgeted out of the 1.2 million, please make it a priority. Stop with the needs, with the wants, and address the needs. These are both safety issues. The mayor is well aware we had a fatality. We've had a lot of accidents because he spearheaded that crosswalk on Fairway with our grants department. However, I should not have to be here 2 years later, email after email after email, asking for the same thing. I speak on behalf of the Loch Andrews Loch Homeowners Association and also the Lake Isles East Association, which is adjacent to us. And I'll make it real quick. Please don't be disingenuous and tell anyone in this community we didn't have a tax increase. You all know what the trim bill is. If we are homesteaded, we have a 3% cap. Anything over the cap, we get taxed. So if you don't go to a rollback rate, for the past 3 years you've enjoyed a surplus, we have had a tax increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Manny Sid. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Manny Sid. I'm here to suggest adding a basketball hoop to Veterans Park. The basketball court there gets very busy and is very popular with kids and adults alike. When adults are playing games at the basketball court, they can't be there for a very long time. For the kids, we have to wait for a long, we also have a long wait. An extra hoop would give everyone a chance to shoot around. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Love you.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Hector Abad, 8916 Northwest 149th Terrace. Before I start, I know I'm gonna go over 3 minutes. Any way I can get an additional 2 minutes, or? Okay, I guess if you're going like that, that's good, right? So at the April 5th budget workshop, several parents from Miami Lakes K-8 came before this council to express their concerns related to safety, to school safety, after a local resident was arrested for making threats towards the school. And at that meeting, I came up before you guys and I spoke in support of those parents. While you as a council were giving your opinions and suggestions on the matter, an issue came up which may have caused some concern among some of the parents. During the meeting, I know Councilwoman Ruano stated that an opportunity was missed last year when $100,000 was allocated through EAB towards the local schools in the town, and it was not used for safety measures. I wanted to publicly clarify the process as to how these funds were used for those parents who expressed a concern. The allocation of those funds was a very long and very difficult process in which for approximately 2 years, the Education Advisory Board met with the Deputy Town Attorney, with principals, with district staff, and the Town Council. Obviously, we all know that those funds came from a development agreement which paved the way for the opening of 87th Avenue and the development of what we know today as a Satori community. And within that agreement, it provided for $300,000 to be used for educational improvement to the impacted schools in the town. I personally believe the agreement was vaguely written. It really did not specify what schools should benefit or what those funds were meant to be used. Some of you on the council felt that the funds should be used exclusively for Bob Graham Education Center and Barbara Goldman. The Education Advisory Board argued that since the residents of those schools, of that development, had the choice to have their children attend any of our town schools, whether it be through the magnet programs or parental choice transfers, that all students in all schools should benefit. The Education Advisory Board came before you guys and proposed a 3-year plan in which we could assess the school's needs on a yearly basis. But then again, some of you argued that that the schools did not need the funds and we were just doing a giveaway. And we were trying to fulfill a school's wish list. At one point, Mr. Ruano suggested that it would be more useful that all $300,000 be moved to make improvements to Optimist Park, such as the baseball dugouts. And in fact, that night only 2 of you sitting on the dais voted that the money should be used to benefit the schools, and that was Mayor Sid and Councilman Fernandez. In the subsequent meetings, the EAB Vice Chair, Mr. Mario Pineda, and I came in front of you on multiple occasions to advocate for our original school, for our schools. And ultimately, the council decided to allocate $100,000.
Motion to extend.
There's a motion on the table.
I'll second.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
2, that's fine. At that council meeting, so after us advocating for our schools, the council ultimately decided to allocate $100,000 out of the original $300,000 towards the schools. Ms. Ruano is correct that none of the schools requested funds for security. However, at the time that the council approved the distribution of funds in 2021, we had already experienced the unfortunate tragedy at Marjorie Storm and Douglas. Miami-Dade County Public Schools had already placed police officers in every campus. Schools had created safety plans, and financial resources have been provided to secure each building. Thus, when the Education Advisory Board approached the principals and the district staff in 2021, our administrators felt that their schools had the necessary resources to keep the students and staff safe. Could the principals have requested the funds for security? Absolutely, they could have. The town council, who debated at length the allocation of these funds, could have also requested that such funds be used for enhancing school security. But that was never brought up or discussed by anyone on the dais. So here we are tonight, addressing an issue that is of highest priority for all of us present in the chambers, right? I propose that the opportunity was not missed, but perhaps created. So along with Vice Chair Pineda, I respectfully ask that if this council reallocate the $200,000 that are removed and given to the parks, and to be used for educational purposes, specifically for safety initiative at all 6 of our local schools. And of course, that's assuming that the town attorney deems that such use falls within the legal terms of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Lucis, 8220, as a member of the Education Advisory Board Committee. On a specific item that's included on this agenda that is associated with the Education Advisory Board, I just want it noted that the Education Advisory Board has no idea as to what this particular item is. We have not discussed it. The chair and the vice chair are here. They are also kind of in the dark as to what this item is. So before we proceed with this item, I just want to clarify that the Education Advisory Board has not been privy to what this particular item is. Thank you.
What item is that? Thank you.
We see participants online. If you're online and you want to participate in public comments, please just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And in the meantime, I just want to state for the record that my office did receive earlier today 2 written public comments, one from Ms. Bonnie Cintron, and another one was from Ms. Hope Reynolds on behalf of Mr. Roberto Monroy. These 2 emails were distributed to the council members, and I just state that for the record. And again, anyone else wishing to speak, just please approach the podium and state your name and address. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, public comments is?
Wait, I'm sorry, may I still speak?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. My name is Carla DiMartino. I reside at 7263 Loch Ness Drive. I just want to thank you all of you. Mayor, you held a meeting with several parents and law enforcement shortly after the incident that occurred at Miami Lakes K-8 regarding security that was just referenced by the speaker prior to last. I just want to thank you for all of the efforts on behalf of multiple parents who attended and who have been in communication with you and for listening to our concerns. Additionally, I want to support if there is availability for any of the funds that the speaker before last made reference to, support any effort that could be made to enhance school security. I have 3 children at the school, and many of the residents of the area. So it's not just a school security issue, but members of the community that live in the area have had a lot of encounters with the individual being referenced, and he approaches children at the park around the school as well. He's clearly very unstable, and just to thank you for all the attention that's been given to the matter. I just want to make sure it does not, come off the radar for the council members and for the mayor, and to please continue to take the initiative to reach out to our school principal, Dr. Ferrer, and coordinate if there is any funds that may be used for we spoke about the security camera buzzer possibility, as well as other enhancements that could be made to the school. They're very appreciated by the community and by the parents of the children at the school. Any resources that could be added as far as law enforcement goes are also appreciated. And our school principal really knows best what could be added and enhanced. So if any effort is made to contact her, that is also appreciated. So thank you very much, because you guys have been very approachable and very accessible to all of the parents who have reached out to you, and that's been very evident. So thank you again, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Seeing no further public comments. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to the items that were moved up. The first one is 14B, Vice Mayor. Wait 1 second. I need to do appointments real fast, just to let everybody know. Carlos Padilla was appointed to the Economic Development Committee by Councilmember Luis E. Collazo, and Patki Chankathith to the Neighborhood Service District, Miami Lakes Section 1, appointed by the Town Council. So if any of those folks are here with us tonight, please stand up. If not, we thank you for being here, for volunteering, for giving your time back to our community. I don't think Carlos nor Patki are here, but we appreciate you all and thank you for serving your town. We're moving on to item 14B, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize Council Member Paul Hernandez from the city of Hialeah that's with us this evening. Paul's really a pioneer on really getting the entertainment district in Hialeah going, specifically the Leah Arts District. And I just wanted him to be recognized, and I wanted to thank him for all the hard work that he's done during his 2 terms in Hialeah and really serving his community always at the highest level. So thank you, Paul, for everything you've done and you continue to do. Mayor, Council, my item is a street designation for James William Baker. I'd like to foster just a conversation or more like a consideration for my colleagues to designate Seagrape Terrace in honor of James William Baker. As it was outlined in the attached biography, Bill Baker passed away in September 2021 at his home in Miami Lakes, where he lived with his wife, Barbara Davis, for 38 years. Bill was an Army paratrooper, a co-owner of a service station, a firefighter, an assistant fire chief for the Miami Beach Fire Department, and held various second jobs, including air conditioning maintenance, painting, locksmith, and more. After retirement, Bill continued his civic duty as a member of the Lake Hilda HOA prior to its incorporation. He was also involved in a heroic lake rescue on Miami Lakeway South, in which he pulled a young woman from a car in the lake. Bill was also a family man, always supporting his family and doing things with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren. After his passing, his children realized how much himself and his wife meant to their neighbors in the community. The families in the neighborhood would tell stories about Bill and what it meant to know him. Bill was the foundation of his family and the community. With that said, I would like to designate Seagrape Terrace in his honor.
Second.
Before we get into discussion, I know Mr. Baker's family, Bill's family, is here with us. If any of the family members want to come up, say a few words. I know I had a couple folks that had mentioned that to me when I was walking in. You're more than welcome.
Hi. I've never done anything like this, but thank you for listening. I am Barbara Baker, and I live at 6910 Seagrape Terrace, really for 40 years. So, and I have the greatest neighbors that would like to designate our road to Bill. He's been a wonderful person. I was married to him for 65 years. And it's a big loss for everyone. And thank you. I'm sorry I can't talk much more.
No, we're so sorry. And our condolences. This is
Thank you.
A small token of our appreciation for all his years of service to others and being so selfless. Paul.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good evening, Mr. City Manager and Council. Paul Hernandez, 2365 West 74th Street, Hialeah. Just wanted to come here on behalf of the entire Baker family and all the neighbors on Seagrape Terrace who have really grown up looking up to, not only literally because he was a very tall man, but also just in all sorts, in every kind of way that you could look up to an individual, looking up to Bill. As the Vice Mayor said, he was a service member in the Army. He served this nation as a paratrooper in the Army. Then he came back and served his community as a firefighter. And as you know, with our first responders, it's not a job that you clock in and clock out of. You're always working. I mean, and even if it's, when you're driving home and you see a car in a canal and no one's there and you just happen to be one of the first people that comes by, he stopped his car and ran in and did what he needed to do. He's been featured, and I spoke to the mayor about this, on the banner as one of the veterans that Miami Lakes has featured. I know that was a source of great pride for the family, but the neighbors have always looked up to this family. I think they were actually one of the pioneers, and they've been living in Miami Lakes for a long time, living in Miami on Seagrape Terrace for a long time. One of the first people who probably left Hialeah to come to Miami Lakes and spend the rest of their days here as well. And they did that, and they've loved it here. And Bill always knew that this was home. So, we have a lot of people here in support, and that's really just why I wanted to stand up. Just if they could stand or just wave so everyone could see. Yeah. Thank you again.
Council discussion. Any council member have anything to say? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing
Aye.
none, the motion passes. We'll be working with the vice mayor, with the family, all the neighbors on a date where everybody's available to do the unveiling. So it's an honor for our town to dedicate this road, and it's so important because I think future generations are going to see that, understand the importance of being selfless and always helping others and putting other folks ahead. The great example that Bill was. So we appreciate you all being here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you all at the unveiling. May God bless you all. Of course. Of course. Vice Mayor, was there anything else you wanted to say in closing, or?
No, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to present this item on a really a true pioneer of Miami Lakes and a serviceman at the multiple capacities that he served our community. So again, thank you for the opportunity, and council, thank you for your support on this item.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're moving on to item 15B. It's a report, and I know the council had asked for that, Maritz, on the daddy-daughter dance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I hope everybody is doing well. Maritza Costa, Vice Chair, Youth Activity, Student Member, Education Advisory Board. Today I'm here to give a report on the Miami Lakes Daddy-Daughter Dance, which is an initiative through the mayor's office and so many incredible businesses in our town. Just to highlight some of our sponsors, we have Fantasy Designers, Helping Hands, which is a medical center for kids with disabilities. We have the Rhodes Home Health Care, a Dazzle Salon Beauty and Supply, Miami Lakes Auto Mall, and the law office of Gastesi Lopez and Mestre, as well as La Diosa Taqueria. We're very much looking forward to hosting this event on April 28th at 6:30 p.m. at the Roberto Alonso Community Center. Tickets are $50, and this includes both the father and the daughter, and all funds will be used towards promoting civic engagement across youth in the town and across the county. Ticket sales are up on Eventbrite, and there's still opportunities available for sponsorship. So to anyone listening interested in sponsorship, they can reach out to the office of the mayor, and all the council members. You are invited to attend as well, and we hope that it will be a great event. Thank you.
Council, any questions of Maritz? Seeing none, we're moving on. Need a motion to waive the waiver of section 6.7 and 7.2 of the special rules of order for item 15D.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Discussion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So the Chamber of Commerce and the Economic Development Committee is always working on bringing new ideas, opportunities, conversations to our community. Recently, they met with a group and they brought it to my attention, and I said, look, the best way to do it is to just have a non-actionable, right, we're not gonna be taking votes tonight, but just to present it to the council, talk about it, see if that's something we even wanna pursue, then if it is, then give it to staff and go from there. So I wouldn't want anybody to spin their wheels for no reason and without that, so I wanna hand it over to the chamber and our Economic Development Committee. You have Chair Matthew Casamayor with us, who make a brief introduction.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, how are you guys today? Just to kind of echo what the mayor was saying, here at the EDC and the chamber, our main goal is to bring more into Miami Lakes and just kind of advance that as a whole. I'm not really going to go too in depth in detail. I've got this beautiful lady here that's going to be able to tell you guys really what's going on, so I'll just kind of let her take over.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity, council members, clerk, and everyone here. My name is Soledad Cedro. I'm here on behalf of the World Paddle Club. This is a group, I don't know how familiar you are with paddle. Paddle is, right now, it's the top 1 sport in Spain, and it's among the top 5 sports in Latin America, in countries like Colombia, Ecuador, Argentina, Chile, even Brazil. This is like one of the top 5 most important sports. Probably you're very familiar with pickleball. It's something similar. It's a sport that is extremely popular, not only with young people, but also with people who have been playing tennis their whole life. And once they start having some issues with their knees or with their elbows, paddle is a great transition because it's easier because of the surface where you play paddle. It's kind of easier to keep playing that. So it's a very, very popular thing. The trend is coming to the US right now. At this moment in the Great Miami area, there are only 5 paddle clubs, but there are many more that are coming. And in those 5 paddle clubs that we have right now in the big Miami area, you cannot find a space to play in the next 3 to 4 months, depending on the location. So that's how popular it is. I'm here representing this group. They own 14 clubs in 4 different countries in Latin America, and their next step for expansion is the United States. And when they approached us and they told us what their business model was, I immediately thought about Miami Lakes, because I think that the way you conduct business here goes very aligned with what they are doing. Basically, as you know, one of the most difficult things right now is to find the space, the land, to build one of these things. We're talking about a covered area of at least 35,000 square feet, plus outdoors area. We're talking about constructing a club that has at least 12 paddle fields, if possible, and if they find the space, they would like to also build at least 6 pickleball fields. On top of that, there's the possibility of doing some basketball fields, some soccer fields, a gym, a store, a restaurant. The possibilities are unlimited. But what they generally do, and this is the deal that they've done in different cities in other countries, and this would be the first time here in the US, is make a deal with the municipality. Let's say that you have some area, it could be a park, that it's not completely developed or that you would like to improve whatever you have there. So what they are suggesting is to make a land lease. Of course, arrange, let's do this for 30 years, 20 years, whatever works for the city. There's going to be a fixed income for the city because they will agree on paying a rent, the lease for the land. They will develop the club, and they are talking about an investment of at least $6 million. That's what they are looking to invest. But on top of that, because they want to make this a community place, they would like to ask the municipality, what else do you need? Let's say that you have a park that needs new playground or needs a new basketball field or a new baseball field or something like that, but you don't have the money right now to do it, or you don't want to spend that money. If part of the land that you have, you're agreeing to lease it to them, and allow them to develop their own business there by paying every month a rent, then they commit to building whatever the town of Miami Lakes needs in the rest of the area. So this is a business model that worked really good for them in other 4 countries. Right now, they have, as I told you, they have 14 clubs like this. The idea is that this becomes a community place. They have if they are investing at least $6 million on top of that, they can assure that for something of this magnitude, they will have at least 25 permanent jobs, which can be locals first, you know, like the commitment of hiring people of the city of Miami Lakes first. There can be agreements in different cities. They have different sort of agreements, but this is like a tennis club or a pickleball club. It's very popular early in the morning and it's very popular in the afternoon. During the day, you have some time that could be used for community service. Let's say that they are going to have a school there, that some kids of the community can have classes there, or some seniors of the community can have some recreational activities in the club. The idea for them, it's not only to generate a good profiting business, but at the same time to be a community center and to work along with the municipality. And in my personal experience, because I've been living in South Florida for over 15 years, I think that probably Miami Lakes is the best place to start thinking like this, because I know that you are very forward thinking in terms of private-public partnerships. This wouldn't require a single dollar invested from taxpayers' dollars, and this will mean, if we reach an agreement, a fixed income for your town. So if there's any questions.
No, thank you, Matt. I know you guys set this up, and thank you, Soledad. I know Lorenzo had some paperwork that he was going to give you to start the conversation as well, so he's bringing it over here in a second.
Perfect.
I think it's awesome having that conversation, because we're discussing this tonight and people are asking all the time, like, hey, we need to find partners, we need to find money, and so I think this is a good opportunity. So anybody have any questions of the chamber or Soledad or
questions?
Hi,
yes.
Soledad, thank you
Hi,
so
how are
much.
you?
And you know, I think the mayor said it best, right? You put it out there and people come, but sometimes we create great ideas and then they don't fall anywhere, right? And I think that's the challenge that we have. So operationalizing this, and I know the mayor didn't want anyone to spin their wheels, but operationalizing, have you been scouting some space here in Miami Lakes that you've been eyeing as an opportunity?
Well, we've been discussing with the EDC and with the chambers, and they mentioned that there might be 2 parks in the city that there has been some discussion about renewing some areas of those parks. So those might be good places to start. The ideal place would be a place where they can have 12 paddle fields, 6 pickleball fields, soccer field, and everything. But that's the ideal. From there, we can take it to reality and whatever works for both sides. So maybe the first project might not be as big as that one. It could be something a little smaller if the space is not available. But we can take it from there. I think that the moment that we start getting into the conversations and start listening to what you guys need on your end, it will be easier to be able to determine a space if you have it available.
Great, but some of those spaces already have existing programming, so what you're suggesting is maybe replacing some of the programming that's there with the 35,000 square feet, or you're open to any suggestion?
That would depend on the available space. That's a little bit more of on your end. If you can tell us which are the spaces that you have available, or if there's any area that doesn't have currently a program but you would like to develop a program there. So we are open to open the discussion. The other thing that I would like to clarify here, so just you know where we're standing, is that this group, they are coming investing their own money. We're not talking about a loan that can fall or the bank might not approve it. We're not talking about a VC that it's unknown people that are going to put money towards this. These are people that you are going to be able to meet them, see their face, it's their own money. So if there's a commitment, the commitment is real and it's ready to happen as fast as possible.
Great, looking forward to that conversation. Thank you so much for being here.
As well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Any other questions, council? Seeing none. Soledad, I know Lorenzo is going to hand you some paperwork for you to sign up.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
No problem. Okay. And thank you, Matthew. Always looking out for the community and working hard. Appreciate you guys. We're moving on to the next item, which is item 8A, our Cultural Affairs Committee.
Good evening. My name is Felicia Salazar, Chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee. Before I start I'd like to acknowledge the members from the committee that are here. Madeline Santana, our vice chair. Charles James. Suzanne Chupani, and Esther Colon. Good evening, Mayor, council members, town manager, Madam Clerk, and staff. We're here tonight to request 2 items. One is allocation of funds to balance 9 line items that currently are a deficit. And the second item is Prime Month. That was a request by some of the members in the committee. In your package, you'll see a request for to move from the 4th of July, $2,189.50 to cover the deficit for the concert on the fairway. That was discussed at our February 8th meeting. And then the second one is $958.32 from the Juneteenth event to cover a shortage that was not caught at in the first one, deficit again to the concert on the fairway. Just need to cover this item, and then I'll move to the second one.
Council, that would need a motion for approval of those transfers.
For which transfers exactly? This is just the transfers?
I'll move the I'll move the item, but I do have some questions for discussion.
All second for discussion.
Councilman Collazo, then Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salazar, and thank you so much for the committee members that are here present with us today. The 2 items that you're removing money from are upcoming events.
Concert on 4th of July, yes, is coming up.
Yep, and the Juneteenth is also coming up in this fiscal.
The Juneteenth has been postponed till the following year. That's why we are using it on this calendar year to move it from the Juneteenth.
Will the okay, perfect, yes.
Yeah, because we're not doing the Juneteenth event this year.
Is the Juneteenth being postponed because of the deficit or just because of
no,
operational
because
reasons?
we had a discussion, and we had too many events in June. So we said maybe we can put more effort next year and do a really nice event.
Okay, and thank you so much. And my next question, will removing the $2,200 just to round up, will that impact, or is there something that you're going to take away from the 4th of July, or was that planned to have a surplus?
We project that we're going to have, the food trucks there. We may have extra money. We're still discussing the budget and money that comes in and it hasn't been allocated yet or counted off. So we hope that the money that we're moving is not going to affect us.
Do you have, in events that have already passed, do you have any surplus funds?
What was that? I'm sorry?
In events that have already taken place, right? We're more than halfway through our calendar year. Are there any funds, rather than taking away from future events that we've kind of approved already the funds, have there been surpluses in the budget?
We have to analyze this further. I cannot give you an answer right now on that. So.
Okay. I would just be more inclined to taking away money from past events, right, that have had maybe some surpluses.
Yeah, we just had, the Vice Chair said that we just had the Women of Distinction. So we're looking to see what.
Council member, can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
That if there's any event prior in the fiscal year, in working with our budget manager and finance, that do have a surplus, to move that money first, and then move the balance from Juneteenth and from the 4th of July.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I'd like to make that as part of the motion, which is basically any of the funds that you, rather than take funds away from upcoming events, to take the funds that you need to cover the shortage from previous events that may have run a surplus. And I know sometimes there's a lag between what you actually, what you're looking at year to date. And I remember as a committee chair, I used to go through the same hardship as well, because the numbers aren't aligned with the here and now, so to speak, and you're trying to make do with the best that you can. So I'm going to take the manager's recommendation and
any
and do
surplus
that.
in events that have already taken place,
Correct.
we'll take that first. Second would be Juneteenth, because they're postponing to the following year. Third would be any balance left over that's required would be from the Independence Day celebration.
Correct. Thank you for summarizing that, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just want to say why I'll be voting no on this item. Juneteenth is very important to me. I was one of the spearheads of ensuring that we have Juneteenth, working with Chair Robinson on this. It's the commemoration of ending slavery in the United States. That's an event that if I would have known, I would have done it on my own and coordinated with Joseph. That is extremely important to me. I respect the committee, but without a Juneteenth event, my vote won't be participating in this. So I'll be a no vote tonight.
We promise next year we'll do it. For some reason, this year was voted out. Next item is item B in your memo.
Need to take action.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm a no vote. Please put me down as no. Thank you.
Can I continue? Okay.
Proceed.
Let me take my glasses off. You have item B, which is the item regarding the Pride Month event. It has an attachment that was prepared and submitted by the Pride Event Subcommittee. This new event request was presented to the rest of the CIC members at the March 8th meeting. The request was approved as it is, as you can read it in the package, by an 8-2 vote. The Pride Event Subcommittee requested their meeting at the meeting of March 6th to present this item themselves to the Town Council. So I now yield to Charles James, who will speak on behalf of the Pride Event Subcommittee to present their event proposal. I just leave it to the council, to the judgment of the council in deciding whether this event can be undertaken by the Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you. You can ask them, the subcommittee, any questions you may have. Thank you. Charles. Thank you.
Thank you. The mayor, members of the council, this is kind of new to me, but I'm speaking here today for the Pride event, as you know, June. It's Pride Month, and we have collaborated with the Main Street Players, and we're asking permission to hold this event at the theater on Main Street. It will be a 2.5-hour event, where between 6 and 7, we will have a meet and greet with some light refreshments. We've already contacted some people that are standing by to be on the program with a mistress of ceremony. We also have on the program a 20-minute original play. That will be what we call a play reading. We also have at least 2 to 3 people that would do a original poem, which would include about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. If we have time at the end, we will have a question and answer period, and we will have somebody from military, somebody from personnel, somebody from education, somebody from legal, and a parent. We have been able to tentatively have support from Memorial Healthcare, the Graham companies, and we have 2 individuals that have agreed to provide some refreshment. So it will be no cost to the town. And so we ask that you allow us to have this event at Main Street on June 24 between 6 and 8 p.m. If you have any question, I'll try to answer. And I have some of my members here from Cultural Affairs.
Council, any questions?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you for...
Councilman Garcia.
Absolutely. Is there a...
Do we have an idea of what the play is going to entail?
It's a play reading that she's done before.
Mhm.
It's about two women. I think when I heard it before, it was about a relationship with two people.
Okay.
Right.
So would you say it's more educational?
It's very
more
educational. Right, right.
Okay.
I think she tracked these women from the early stages up until now.
Okay. Would I be able to see perhaps maybe some of their performance? Are they on YouTube? Do you know, or anything like that? I'd love to see a performance.
It's a play reading, and I can talk to the young lady that is doing it. She directed it. She wrote it herself, and I can make sure that we can have that available if councilmen want to read it before we do it.
Now, you said there's no cost to the town, and
No cost to the town.
No. Okay. Thank you for answering the questions.
Councilman Fernandez.
So I'm a little confused, and maybe you can bridge the gap for me. The proposed event is not going to be at a town facility, and you're not asking for funds.
Right.
What is the ask of
The only reason that we did this because it's going through cultural affairs. In hindsight, you're right, we probably could have just done it directly with the theater. If
Yeah.
you would rather do that, then we can do that as well.
I think that would be my preference.
Any motion on the table? Council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, my apologies for not being in the chambers this evening. I have a work deadline that I could not unattend. I agree with Councilmember Fernandez on this. I would feel more comfortable if this type of event would be hosted independently from the town. And the reason why I say that, I'll put my thoughts on the record. In reading the memorandum, there will be resources disseminated. There will be informational packets from LGBTQ associations, and then there will be a panel of individuals that will be going back and forth with Q&A. Since we don't know what these resources that will be passed out are going to be, and we're not privy to, as Councilmember Garcia said, perhaps the content of the play or what will be distributed, I would feel more comfortable if it was done independently without it being associated with the town of Miami Lakes, just for those reasons, so that we don't have an issue with any of the information that's passed out. Thank you. So I'll move to have this event done independently of the town.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion and the second? Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Aye.
Thank you. Anything else on the report?
That's it.
Got it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
We're moving on to the Elderly Affairs Committee.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dottie Wicks. I am chair of the Elderly Affairs Committee. Thank you. We are a committee of 15. We were a committee of 15. We had one of our members, Ada McCarthy, that passed away last week. She was one of our most active members and a dear friend. We're going to really miss her. My budget, from what I understand, I don't have somebody on my committee that really works with the budget, and we're going to be doing this going forth. From what I understand, we do have an excess of money in the health fair, but I don't know what it is because we just had it last week. So I don't know how much that money is to move forth or how we can do that and when I can do that. I don't know how that works. I think it's the first time we've had excess money. Our events, our committee hosted 22 bingos and 5 senior socials. The 22 bingos equates to 2 bingos a month. And right now we're like at 125 seniors attending it. The last 2 bingos, we've had some people sneaking in the back door, which we haven't figured out how we're going to work that, because you hate to say no, but you didn't register, so you're going to sneak in the back door, and we don't have a lunch for you. So we're going to be working on that issue going forth. That's the first time I ever heard it with seniors. I heard it with teenagers, but not seniors. We hosted our first Senior Miami Lakes contest last year, and we're hoping to add Mr. Senior, because we really took it really hard when they weren't invited to be a contest for them. So we're going to be adding them on the contest this year. Pardon? Number one. Yes, Pedro Garcia, my buddy here. We hosted 5 health fairs. We took 2 field trips, one to the Hard Rock, which they keep asking me when are we going to go again. And the Marlin Games is a real big event for the seniors. We confirmed over 23 sponsors and worked with 17 restaurants in the Miami Lakes area with all the events that we've had. This year, future projects consideration, our number one is to add the Homebound Initiative in conjunction with our regular scheduled bingo lunches. They got a lunch during COVID because the freebie was delivering it, and they were so grateful for those lunches. So many of them called me. Their children called and said, you don't know how much. They make them feel like they're part of the town. So we want to continue that going forth. I know it's been a big issue with the town, and we want to find a way that we can work and get a little budget for this. I know that myself and 3 others are willing to deliver the lunches. It wouldn't cost us any money. And I know that's an issue, but how can we get around it? We got to work something out, because these people, a lot of them are at the age where they helped found this town and voted for some of you people in here, and they feel left out because they're not getting their meals now. I get a call all the time about how can I do this, how can I do that, and I feel like saying, call Manny Sit. But you know, it's hard when they're at that age and they don't. Some of them don't have, but you know, just husband and wife. Some of them live alone, and the one I had 2 weeks ago passed away, and her daughter told me that her mother so appreciated the lunches when we were delivering through COVID. She said that she felt like she was still part of the town and wondered why we weren't continuing it. So that was our number one thing to bring before the council. How can we do this? Tell me what I can do to get this done.
Council thoughts? Councilman Cuellar.
Thank you, Dottie, so much for doing the work and continuing the work and advocating on behalf of seniors. And Pedro, same for you as well. You know, you guys are nonstop machines, and I was there during the Alzheimer's lunch, and you guys did. And, you know, it was great to see the city of Holland. I think people all the way from Hollandale coming, you know, crossing over and coming over and enjoying our events, I think is great. One of the opportunities that I had this couple weeks ago with my colleagues, we had the opportunity to go to Tallahassee and you know, hear advocacy from a bunch of different organizations on what they can do to help. And some of the things that we tuned in, we had the opportunity to have lunch with a young lady that actually administers Older American Act dollars. So one of the ways that you can kind of fix the problem that the town is having from a liability perspective is really to partner. And I have an item coming up about partnering with Older American Act organizations to build out the senior center, but it would be no different into addressing the issue that you have here. They are home delivered meal providers. They can maybe supplement the home delivery of the meals that you're asking if we get those people signed up. And these are not means tested programs, so it doesn't matter if they own a home. Actually, you qualify for Older American Act dollars by your age, just by being older than 65. So one of the ways that maybe you can get a workaround, so to speak, is by partnering with those organizations. I'll be more than happy to help you spearhead that. Michael Salem is very plugged into the Alliance for Aging,
yes, he is very
which
much.
is the organization that gives these organizations the pass-through. So it's something that we can definitely help bridge the gap. And I'd like to see the pain points that maybe the town has given you in the past for the home delivered meals, and seeing if we can maybe bridge some of those gaps with some of those organizations. So I'll be more than happy to reach out to Michael, but you know him as well, and
Yes.
I can explain to him the problem and seeing how we can address that issue. From a budgetary perspective, I know you have an ask today. I know you almost always have a little bit of surplus in the budget. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to maybe allocating some of those funds that you have in surplus, at least for the next few years until, for the next few months until your fiscal calendar ends, and just trying to see how we can address that, maybe using those service organizations. So let me reach out to Michael. Let me reach out to the service organizations that we met with in Tallahassee. That one in particular was Little Havana Activity Center, that wanted to work a little bit more closely with the town, and seeing if we can somehow do a workaround to make sure. How many seniors do you want served here? How long is your list?
Well, I started with 20, and I'm down to 15 now.
Okay, so you have 15 seniors.
Right, seniors.
15 homebound seniors to get the meals. Sure. I don't think that that's a heavy ask. I think it's something that we can maybe partner with those organizations to address. And I think you have enough carry. Historically, I've monitored your carryover funds. I think you'll have enough to address it from a budgetary perspective in your carry forward, but I'd have to see what Melissa has on her end and seeing what, I see her grinning at me from across. I'd have to see before making that commitment. I'd have to see, but I'll work with you though on seeing how we can bridge that gap, okay?
Well, until that happens, could we sign a waiver just to deliver the meals, or is that just a positively no in no way?
I don't know what legal has gone, I don't know what challenges you've encountered.
Because I could probably get a sponsor to help me for a couple of times, get some meals and all.
You probably absolutely will have senior organizations jumping at the bit to help. I don't know what the challenges have been that have kept you from moving forward, because I know the will is there. I know this is what you want to do, and not that this is a pet project, but I know it's an important project to you.
It is.
Because you're the
I'm
one.
going to be there one day.
Because you're the one that gets the phone calls, Dottie.
No.
When a senior needs help here in the town, they call you, and you always pick up the phone. So I know it's important to you, and I know the position that you're in, and the pressure that you feel kind of to help these individuals. So I want to help them, and I have to get with legal, because I don't know if a waiver alone will do it. So I want to make sure that I understand what their perspective is, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Unless legal wants to take a stab at it now.
Mr. Mayor?
I would if I could. I hear Councilman Ruano, and then Councilman Fernandez and Councilman Garcia, unless, Raul, and you could chime in whenever, but I know Councilman Ruano's online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. At the last committee chair meeting that we had in December, I believe it was, we addressed this situation, and I think that we made it clear that any individual on that committee who feels compelled to pick up an extra plate of food and deliver it to a friend in the community shouldn't have to sign a waiver or shouldn't have to be limited by any means if they're doing it of their own fruition. Most of these events have extra meals many times, and I think that those are the meals that often are delivered to these homebound seniors. There's no, I don't think there's a financial impact. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the deputy town attorney is there, and I think that he was the gentleman that was with us at that chair meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we did make it clear that it was okay for any committee member to deliver a meal to a friend in the town. It's not a service from the town. It's simply, a friend visiting another friend.
Okay.
Would the legal department be able to?
You're getting
to
dragged into
clarify
this
that
one,
for
Raul.
me?
You got to answer.
We'll do whatever we can. I haven't been working on it. I will bend over backwards to help you out. It's a
I think
fantastic cause.
what the councilwoman was saying is that they received clarification, or maybe Lorenzo was there and
How are you?
So I have spoken with Dottie in the past, Chairman Wicks, and the issue was that during the pandemic, and just to give a little bit of historical perspective, I'm not sure how much this has already been provided, but I think it's important that to note that these meals started during the pandemic, right? So we were under an emergency order. We were able to work with our partners at Freebie, and they were delivering the meals to seniors who couldn't get out. They needed these meals, so this was an emergency situation. After the emergency ended, though, it continued happening, and that became a problem because under our contract with Freebie, we really can't provide those services. That was kind of a no-no. So we stopped that. And it was no longer an emergency. So the issue of some of our seniors doing it on behalf of the town and buying the food and taking it,
is and could be an issue, right? I mean, there could be spoil of the food, issues of transportation, and it's not something where really, if we were to do it, we'd have to really think about it and talk to our insurance provider and see how we would get covered.
If I may interrupt you, is that
Sure.
the issue at hand, or are they just delivering meals that are already at an event? I believe that these are more often than not packaged meals. Am I correct?
Right. So there's two things. One was what was occurring during the pandemic and afterwards, where they were actually asking for meals to be picked up at Casavana or different restaurants and being delivered to these seniors. So we were acting, or some of the volunteers were acting almost as a food delivery service. That's a problem. That can be a problem for the town. Maybe it's not, but it could be, and so that was an issue. So the other thing was, if there were folks, and I mentioned this to Chairman Wicks, if she's at an event that the Elderly Affairs Committee is hosting, and there's leftover food, and they want to go and deliver to a friend, of course they can deliver to a friend. I mean, any of us could go ahead and deliver to a friend. We're acting in our individual capacity, that's fine. But when it's a town-sponsored program, and we're acting and having volunteers act as a food delivery service, that could be a problem. So that's a distinction. If we're doing it individually, and Chairman Wicks wants to do it, and I've told you this also in our conversations, go ahead, no problem. But when it's a town-sponsored type of activity, that's where it could be tricky. And we'd have to look into it and see what our insurance company's provider says and that sort of thing. Does that answer your question, Councilwoman?
Well,
It does.
It's kind of a fine line, because if I have meals left over, that's part of a town-sponsored event. So, but I can still deliver them if I want to. Thank you. You made my day. Our next, we're going to be partnering with the Special Needs Advisory Board on registering seniors with special needs. We voted on it last meeting, and everybody was for it. We're going to have a forum. We're going to set it up with, I think it's a special needs. Isle's going to see if she can get a meeting, and Officer Romano is going to be coming out and having the meeting, so that we can get the seniors with special needs can get signed up and know that there's somebody out there that can help them in times they need it. Our next culinary field trip, these are some of the ideas that the seniors have thrown out to us, and we're going to try to do as many as we can for the rest of the year. We have, of course, our casino field trip and our field trip to the Marlins Park. They suggested they wanted to go to the Schnelby Redlands Winery and Brewery. I don't know, whatever these seniors are. Health lectures provided by Mount Sinai. We have booked that. They booked us through the end of the year, they are very informative. I mean, so far the ones I've gone to, we have another one the 20th of this month. And we've had a few other in between. We're looking at seeing if we can have a movies on Main Street, one a day, when it's not really busy, seeing if they'll give us a good deal and have movies and popcorn and a good movie. And the last thing is the Japanese garden field trip is what they want. These are suggestions. I don't know how many of these we're going to be able to do. Ones that'll give us a great deal on them. And we got a good partner over here with good sponsors. So we're doing, as far as I'm concerned, we're doing really good. The seniors seem to enjoy everything we do and say, can we go back? Can we do this? Can we do that? And they enjoy the bingo is one of their it's getting out of the house, having friends to sit at a table and to talk to. And I think that's what really helps out. So, any questions?
Questions of Chair Wicks? Just thank you, right?
No.
Thank you
Hey,
for
listen,
everything you all do.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can have, Dot, if you could lead us in a moment of silence for Ida, please. I mean, it's a great volunteer in our community. It's going to be sorely missed. Somebody who loved Miami Lakes unconditionally, and we miss her dearly, and we're so sorry for her passing, because we know how much she meant to the committee and to you all and to us. So if you could lead us in a moment of silence and maybe some few words, we'd really appreciate that.
I know Ada, when she first found out, she says, I'm ready to go. And I said to her, Ada, There's a seat up there for you, but you can only go when he's ready. And every time I'd see her, she says, I'm ready. I'm ready. And I said, I went to see her 2 days before she passed away, and she couldn't talk, but she just gave me the biggest smile. And I says, well, you know, I'm really glad you're going into your new journey. Think about us, because we'll think of you every time we have a party, every time we have a bingo. You've always been there, and we all love you. We kept her on the committee because that was something she loved to do, so we kept her on our committee the whole time. God bless you, Leda.
Thank you, Dottie.
Thank you.
We miss you, Ada. We love you, and may God bless your soul. And thank you for everything you did for our community. We're moving on to the Economic Development Committee.
Good evening. Let me pull up my little memo here. Alrighty. I'm going to keep it relatively brief. There's about 4 or 5 things that I'm just going to touch on. At the end, there's one event request. It's not going to require much out of you guys, but that's my brief little overview. So jumping into it, the EDC, we've been, obviously, like Manny said earlier today in the meeting, what our goal is to grow the businesses and support the businesses here in Miami Lakes. One of the first ways that we've been doing that is through our business networking socials. This has been an event that we held monthly, bi-monthly around, where we participate in a networking event where we invite people from the town, from outside of the town, and we hold it in local community restaurants here right in the town. And they've honestly been a great success. We have great turnout. We post them all on Eventbrite, and there's almost always over 100 attendees signing up, which is great. And actually in attendance, we have always around 50 to 60, including people from outside the town that just discover it from Eventbrite, which is great. This kind of leads me further on into the ribbon and BTR list. So at the EDC, we got a big list of all the new businesses that we reach out, contact, and I know Manny can hold us privy to this too. We are on it when it comes to ribbon cuttings. We love going to the ribbon cuttings. We love welcoming people into our community, whether it's different businesses, restaurants, collectible stores, med spas, dentists, any kind of business. We're happy to have them in our town, and us at the EDC are happy to just welcome them in ourselves. This also leads me to our quarterly newsletter that we've been sending out. We actually sent it out today, if you guys might have gotten it. It's what we do to kind of keep the community up to date on the happenings of the town, on those new ribbon cuttings, on those new businesses coming in. So if you guys read over it today, it kind of touched on a lot of the new restaurants that are coming in, just in that kind of opening thing, just because we have such a huge amount of new restaurants coming in, which is awesome, great for the town. This also, we also have local intel, which is a system that we have set up on our shop's website, which I know not a lot of people know about, the miamilakes-biz.net that we have set up. On this website, it's a great resource for businesses that are interested in coming into the town, interested in learning more. It basically is a whole huge data hub. And this segues perfect into the next point is we also, on the request of the council, I think it was over a year ago, I put on the chairman hat, and this was placed on my desk, was the letter to organic grocers. So it was great having local intel, at least from my perspective, and be able to really write out to them our GDP, our population, how people, the kind of market that we have for those people. So it's great on that perspective, and I hope you guys were able to, review that letter, and it was all, got to your guys' hands, and we can hopefully set that out to the right people. Now, that's it for basically how we've been doing. It's all been pretty good from my perspective. Like I said, I just jumped into this chair thing this year. So from what I can see, it's been going well. We've been working a lot hand in hand with the chamber, with the Miami Lakes BNI. We have, or at least I have, and I know Fred from the chamber has a policy that we want everybody working together, especially if we have the same common goal, which is growing businesses in Miami Lakes. There's no reason for any of us to be butting heads, so we all just want to work together and make events, make ribbon cuttings, make everything that we can possibly do to get businesses going and keep things growing. And that kind of leads me into our new event request. Again, this isn't really going to take much out of you guys, out of the council, or out of the town as much. I don't have crazy amount of deep info. They just told me to have this kind of prep now so we can get things going and have you guys informed. But it was brought to the attention of the committee by member Brimo, Steve Brimo of, and what it's going to consist mainly of, I don't really, like I said, I don't have the exact information right now, but what it's mainly going to consist of is a sort of panel of the various business associations that are here that the county has for us. Like I said, I'm lost here when it comes to this because I don't really know the super deep in depths when it comes to this. But I'll read a little bit here what I wrote down in the memo just because that gives a little bit more background into what it is. So the event is going to consist of a small business boot camp. We're hoping for a date of June this year. The event would host a panel of respected and well-versed business people that will answer questions from the community and provide information for local business owners to improve their business. And the reason why Brimo brought this up is because he had a similar event that he did with the bank, his business, not too long ago, where they did it with the county, and it was through the mayor. And it involved people like Prospera, FPL, and business representatives from Dade County that the mayor provided. And it was just sort of like a boot camp where people can come in, ask questions, and learn specifically how government and the town of Miami Lakes and the county themselves can help their small business. So it's going to be along the lines of how to apply for grants, how to, apply for the right kind of places where you can get yourself shown in community, kind of like what we have here. Get yourself signed up for ribbon cuttings, et cetera, like how to outreach to the government and how you can use the facilities and utilities provided by Miami Lakes and the greater county, how you can apply all that and use all that, and it's all there for you. And again, this doesn't cost anything to the town because, as Brimo was telling us at the meeting, what this involves is more. It's through the mayor, and it's a service that they provide through for small businesses. So that's something that we want to try to push. We might have to use the town hall. That's kind of the reason why I needed to bring it up. We potentially might have to use this. There's another location we might have, but that's it. Like I said, it's very, very, very starter. It's just an idea that we had. It spawned off of, we were going to originally do some webinars, and they were going to be split up over the course of the year. But after some deliberation and figuring out what we could really do to really make an impact for the town, we really feel like doing a big event, kind of like what the chamber does with their business expo, that it's known, that we have a chance to advertise it. We think doing something like that for the EDC will really get a lot of more benefit for the town, just because we'll be able to really, announce it, really advertise it, and really push it as a big event. But yeah, that's my spiel. That's my whole thing.
I'll make a motion to allow the EDC the use of town hall for the business boot camp.
I'll second that.
Councilman Fernandez.
And Madam Clerk, let the record reflect Councilman Dieguez has joined the meeting.
Sorry, what?
Yes. So I'm definitely in full support of the boot camp. I'm a little cautious about maybe the timeline. It might be a little bit too aggressive. You might want to look at July, just because the one handicap that you guys have, you all come from the business sector. Which I use handicap loosely.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
But things in government don't move nearly as quickly as any of you would like. So just allow a little bit more time for everything to develop.
Understood.
On the motion, any conversation on this motion? Just on the motion, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Cool, thank you guys.
Any questions of the chair?
Just
Councilman Garcia.
Quick comment. Thank you again, Mr. Chair, for all you do.
Yeah, of course.
I'm always for bringing in new business, high-paying jobs, so Miami Lakers don't have to leave Miami Lakes. Anything you can think of also about maybe bringing in prospective companies on tours of possibilities, maybe Business Park East areas where we want to redevelop, kind of maybe for the future, maybe bring them in on a tour, show them, kind of sell them why Miami Lakes is a good place to open up a business and create jobs here. Could be part of that thinking that you're having of doing that. If you can maybe add that to,
yeah, for sure.
to maybe the
I'll definitely put it on
agenda.
the next agenda.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely. Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, Chair Casamayo, yesterday we were at a ribbon cutting with Councilman Dieguez and Joseph, and everybody was there. Afterwards, we're talking, and he realizes that there's 3 new businesses in the Royal Oak Shopping Center. So we just show up there and start knocking on the doors, and it's after hours. Like, everybody's inside cleaning, just knocks on the door and introduces himself. And you would see people's face just getting that knock how they went from, like, you know, a lot of people when they're closing their stores, they're like, man, get out of it. You know, they were like, yeah, I'm the chair of the EDC. We're here to help. How can we help you? And they were like, come in, and started introducing. I mean, one of them was Carbon Collectibles, the guy that he said he went to school with you. It's what it's called, Carbon Collectible. Really cool spot. They do trading cards, a lot of cool stuff. Another one was a dog store that does raw dog food, right?
Makes their own kibble.
Makes their own kibble. Yeah, real cool stuff. But I was really impressed by that, how you had, you weren't shy about it. You knocked on the door. You're like, hey, I'm here to help. This is my role. I'm volunteering to do this. And you went out of your way.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that.
9 o'clock at night till like 10 something. We were there. So
thank you. And that's only up to because of you guys too, backing me up. I couldn't do any of that without the council, without Josh, the mayor, and Ray too. I know you guys love to come out to the ribbon cuttings, and you too, Louis. I know I see you guys there too. So you know, that's always something that we want to push, and I've been pushing it too at the EDC too. And honestly, anybody here too. Whenever we hear about ribbon cuttings and we push it out, the more that we can get to the mayor, you know, because that's what we're doing is we're welcoming people into our community, you know, and that's the fun part. I have a great time with ribbon cuttings. It's a good time. So yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you guys. We're
Mayor,
on to the
Mayor.
Yes.
If I can take one moment, the Cultural Affairs Committee. Now with you're good.
Sweet.
With the Cultural Affairs, there were 2 votes. The first vote on the transfer, the clerk did not have recorded 2 votes. And I just wanted to see if maybe, not with Councilmember Dieguez, I don't want to read.
If you could just ask Councilman Ruano and Councilman Alvarez, maybe they voted.
On the transfer of the funds, if you
I was a
approve.
yes vote.
Okay, perfect.
A yes. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
That's done. You want
I
to
was a
record?
yes too, Mr.
Councilman Dieguez, you want to record your votes for those? Can Councilman Dieguez record his votes for those 2? You want him? Well, you're more than welcome. You do.
Yeah, no, I apologize. I had some business in the city of Hialeah, so I was visiting our sister city over there, and then got here late. So I heard we traded spaces.
All right, moving on to the Special Needs Advisory Board. I see a star next to. Does that mean it needs a waiver? Or on my paper, there's a star right next to the D. So, well,
Yeah, we were wondering about that star.
I don't know what that star is.
No, that just means something was added after the agenda was published. We had to add the minutes to the agenda.
That's what the star means?
Yeah.
There should be like a.
It just means we
you know, at
revised the agenda. We had to add
I was
something.
looking for like the guide.
I like that. It's a superstar. We're all superstars now. All right, Mayor and members of the council, thank you for letting us come up here and talk with you. I am Chairman John Roger of the Special Needs Advisory Board, and we are glad to be able to talk to you all tonight, present our information. It's been a while, so we're glad to be back up here. My Vice Chair Vivian is here with me, and our members of the board that are here include Clary over here, and Madeline over here, who I know does double duty in the town. Also, Francesco and Jasenia and Alexandria could not be here tonight, but they are here with us in spirit. One of the main reasons it's been such a while since we've been up here has been our budget. It's been kind of a little bit of a mess. We haven't really figured out what's going on with it for a while because some things got changed without us knowing, and finally it all got fixed, and we now know what our budget is, so we're able to present it to you and let you know how we're breaking it down. Our total budget is $53,846, but that is minus our liaison pay, which we didn't know until the budget was completed that we were paying for our liaison. Being the only committee that does that, we found that interesting, but we went ahead and budgeted that out and broke it down on the sheet that you have in front of you into what we call our line items, and our line items specifically are spelled out from the FIU study that we did several years ago before COVID hit to help us identify where we thought the money was best used as we would go through each year. So that is our current budget as we would like to have approved. Again, our budget, is 100% donations from the Mayor's Gala. To this day, we have not received any town funds. It's all a donation budget. Do we need to do anything to pass that budget?
Council, any motion?
I
Councilman
don't-
Garcia or Councilman Fernandez and Garcia.
Yeah, and I have questions.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just have a question about that, the money for the liaison. Is there anything we can do to make a motion to remove that? Is it to not take money away from them?
Yeah, I was going to make a comment to the effect. I believe that's now in the carry forward amendment.
Yeah,
That
I
is-
put the item because
Okay.
we
Yeah.
discussed it at the workshop.
Yeah.
It was one of the items that was still not on your list, the speed humps and the Special Needs Advisory
So,
Board liaison.
we'll wait for that.
So it's on that discussion, and I think I have a solution. So I don't think that you need to have take a vote now.
Okay.
I'll ask for a vote in the budget amendment.
Thank you.
Now, my question is, the chair is referencing a budget, and I don't see the budget that he's referencing in our.
I see a
package.
budget on
It's
page
here.
32.
Yeah, 32.
Right
behind
after
it.
the memo,
Yeah.
there's,
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And through the mayor to the chair, I had a question for you with respect to the line item regarding grants and aids. Has the committee established standards for receiving those grants and aids? Is it tied to a particular essay contest, for example? Is there a number associated with how much will be awarded to each winner, if so, or is it needs-based? Can you give us the parameters of that line item as far as eligibility?
Sure. The first reason that line item came in was that the budget officials here in the town told us we needed to have one. We never had one before, so what we had before was just basically what we would select as a community awareness program that we would participate in and donate to. So we added the line item as in respect as to what they said was important for us to have. As far as anything developed for what we were going to use it for, we haven't gotten that far yet. We haven't started any programs that would be giving grants or aids yet, but we intend to down the road, and I'm sure that we would be writing up whatever that would be. We weren't told we needed to do that, but if we want us to do that, we will most certainly do it.
Yeah, and again, like you said, this is your first budget. Hopefully, won't be the last. So with other committees, we generally have an idea when they propose something as far as where's the money going to go, how's it going to be used, et cetera, those details, right? I'm fine with approving the budget to move it forward, but I would probably add proviso language as well, requiring, though, that first you come back for another report to explain to us again those guidelines for the grants and aids part in particular, as far as, what are the parameters of that budget line item. And then the community awareness, I'm assuming, is like social media advertising, things of that nature.
And flyers, et cetera, stuff like that, yes.
Okay, and was there a way that you arrived at that number, the 8856?
That was what was remaining after we budgeted out the rest. We put the rest in from the total budget.
Okay.
We usually like round numbers, but there was a $856 left, so we put that specifically in there because that was the total number that had to be equaled out.
Okay, look, I'm ready to put a motion, like I said, just to get the discussion going. I'll move to approve the proposed budget minus the any accommodation for the liaison pay, with the requirement that prior to expending any funds that you first come back to the council with the parameters of things like the grants and aids, and explain to us how you're going to spend the advertising budget and everything else. Again, this is because it's your first time actually spending the money. We need to get a better understanding of where it's going to go, how it's going to be used.
I actually have a question on that.
And that is my motion.
Second, for discussion.
Actually, I have a question on that myself, because in the years prior, when Vivian was the chair, we did the same exact setup, and there was none of that had ever been brought to our attention. It was basically said that whenever we looked at a program or looked at an idea, we made the decision that we want to go with it, and then we would select it and go with it. And it was always relayed to the council what program we were working on if it was something that we did ourselves individually. If it was something that we sponsored, like our Hope for Autism, Arts for Autism, and these other organizations like Gigi's or such, those were things that we just did sponsorships on, and it wasn't something we had to bring before you guys because the budget was donations. Is that changed?
Well, this is a little different, right? Now you're not just talking about one-off sponsorships that we know these organizations and everything else. Again, you have $10,000 that are allocated for a very broad category of grants and different programs that we don't even know what those programs are. So that's the difference. So that's why I'm requiring you guys to come back. And again, this is hopefully, again, not going to be your last recurring budget as well. So the sooner the council gets more comfortable with how the committee is going to be using the money, the same that we have with other committees that have been in existence since the town's founding, so we already have an idea of how it works. You know, once we get that level of comfort, then obviously it's going to be an easier process for you guys and an easier sell. But again, I'm already, as it is, I put a motion on the table to move it forward, but subject to the fact that obviously I need to get more details. I mean, again, that's always been a big stickler for me. Cultural Affairs in the past, has, during budget season has come up with these last minute requests without a whole lot of backup materials, and I've been very clear that I'm not a fan of that, and I voted against a certain one of those things, or at least I've been very stern about it. And so this isn't singling you out or anyone else. Again, we appreciate everything you're doing, but I'm just telling you that, for me to have the comfort with just approving it, I'm gonna need you guys to come back, to fill in the blanks for us. So
would it be more helpful than just the grants and aids? Do you want me to write out a specific kind of like a sentence or a paragraph that explains what each one of these
No, so
line items is?
if I may, let me try to help you guys out as a former, and I think all of us are former committee members and chairs. Essentially, the way that the committee budgets look, you would have a dollar amount tied to each individual initiative that you have. So rather than community programs 20,000, you would have an allocation for community awareness of special needs registry, town proclamations for Down syndrome and rare diseases, arts for autism, hope for autism. Every initiative would have a dollar amount tied to it. So that's the way that the committee budgets typically look. And then once a year, when we're in our budget process, we have an opportunity for the committees to come and present their budgets and walk us through the different events. And then that's the time when we as a council decide, if we're going to keep your funding level the same, if we're going to fund maybe new initiatives that you're proposing, or perhaps find opportunities to cut funding. So that's essentially the spirit. It's definitely a good starting point. I think you guys have to drill down one step further and tie individual amounts to individual initiatives, and then once you have that, come back to us so that we can give you the final go ahead, and then you're free to start implementing.
Yeah, and that is big. And the one thing that I'm confused on, because when we started, when I started in the group like 3 or 4 years ago, it was told to us because the money is donational money from the gala and has nothing to do with city adjustments and such like a typical budget would, that we were given permission to go and put funds together for programs without having to do that breakdown budget work, because we were collecting that money that has nothing to do with tax money. Is that going to be a thing where now we need to participate in budget works, and this town is going to be telling us, okay, we know the funds weren't from the taxes, these are your own funds, but we still want to say yes to this program, no to this program?
I would plan on that.
I have a question for the manager. I agree with Chair Rogers. I mean, we've never scrutinized their budget because from the formation of the committee, they've been the only committee that brings in the entirety of their budget. That's the main difference that I've always looked at kind of what you've done, but that's not the case anymore, right? You're asking for town funds now to budget the liaison, which wasn't the premise that the committee was formed under, right? I remember very clearly that discussion. I believe the mayor was either the champion of the item, Marilyn seconded the item, and absolutely no town funds will be used for this committee. It's going to be slowly based on the fundraising efforts of the mayor, and that's why it was the mayor's gala, but that's shifted now, right? So now there's a portion of your budget that does have now the scrutiny of the council, so to speak. So I think there's a break in time, right? Now the committee is using taxpayer dollars. It's not just the sole tax fundraising effort of the mayor and the gala. So I believe that might be leading some of this conversation, but it's also a healthy exercise. You want to break down each individual line item. You want to have a budget for each event. It's how the other committees have done it, and it'll also help you kind of managing the event, saying, are we going over budget, under budget? You can always cross over budget. So it's not a bad standard practice either. but just understand that it's kind of morphing, right? Your committee's morphing from a committee that used to bring all of its own money in to now using some allocation of the town to a hybrid type of model where most of your programming, and I think it's a great model, don't get me wrong, and why wasn't it done before? Maybe it just took us a little while to get there, right? To incrementally get more comfortable with this concept. But at the end of the day, it's not a bad idea, right? So just to answer the question that you're kind of having with yourself, like, why now? Why me? Why is this, you know, the standard operating procedure now and not the previous 3 years where when Ms. Levy was and Chairwoman Levy was in the committee? Maybe kind of that's the shift, but it's not a negative. It's actually a good practice that I think will help you kind of for the future budgets and to kind of piece out each individual line item.
So on this issue, I'm wherever the committee's at, because I remember back, the liaison wasn't paid by the gala. Liaison was paid by the basketball game that we did against Doral. And I'll never forget that. And the idea, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea behind that original liaison was to bring in an expert, right, that can help start and formulate the committee. And once the committee was going, you guys went the direction you went, and I know we didn't go in that direction anymore. So, but I do remember that initially it wasn't even funded by the gala. We funded it via a basketball game that we did with Doral, the first one. But yeah. No, 100%. But I also remember that once the committee was up and running, it was going to get to a point where we're going to move away from the expert liaison, because I don't think the person they brought in now is a special needs expert. Are they? Are they or not? No. So that's the challenge that I have, is that liaison initially, Jesse, who worked with you guys, who knew special needs the ins and out of the entire system, was meant to help you guys get going. So I just foresee whoever is there now is just sort of ministerial, just helping you guys through just your paperwork and stuff. But I just remember that shift, and that original liaison, we paid for it via the basketball game because of they were experts, right? So, but I do have a challenge with that. Like, I think whoever, I mean, I don't know if that's what the committee wanted, but the original intent was to have a liaison that knew the ins and out of the system, to help families, to help you guys get started. So,
well, for the record, for everyone, the reason why this discussion is important for us is because when we got the information about first that we were going to pay for the liaison, and then that we now have to come before you guys and explain all the things we're doing in our budget, it was kind of a shock because we had no idea where it came from. We didn't even know that our liaison with Yessi was being paid for by the basketball. So we just assumed that, because no one had ever told us that that's how it was, and then when they got the word that this is how it is, it was like, oh, have we been doing something wrong all along? Did we make a mistake? Was something changing? But we never got that clarification. So I appreciate you clarifying that, because that was the pieces that we were missing.
Through the mayor, if I may, to the chair, the intent of the committee and the years you have of experience, I guess the question I would ask is, what would you like? Do you need that liaison? Is it something that you would continue doing going forward the way you are? I do understand the more specific you are with the line items, the better you can forecast and move monies from one line item to the other when you need to. You have a better understanding. I mean, that's something that, you should do anyway.
Oh, I don't think do we have a problem doing a budget like that? No, I don't think we don't have a problem doing a budget like that.
I guess the question would be, because I would support what you would like, because you've been doing it for 3 years. You've been doing a great job, an amazing job. Do you want that liaison being paid by the town? Do you want to continue? I asked the mayor for his guidance, or the everybody that was here before I was on the idea of the whole thing, and what would you like to see? What was more? I guess the question is, what's more efficient for you? Because you've been doing an amazing job the last couple of years, so.
I think the direction that we're going here is the correct one, because if having the town pay that position allows us to have that extra funds left to do more work in the community.
Okay.
And that's our goal here. When we raise all that money in the town here, we're doing this with the effort of trying to bring in programs, create programs, and really give a benefit to this town from the money we're raising.
Perfect. So it's a win-win. You want the town to help you, and I guess the ask from us is, okay, we'll be more than willing to do that. Just get a little more specific on the line items, It'll help us and it'll help you, and it's a win-win for everybody, I believe.
Perfect. I
If that's what
appreciate you
like.
guys helping us kind of get an idea of where it was going, because that's the only thing we didn't know was like, okay, we knew what the past told us, and we know now what we're being told, and we just thought, we were hoping we didn't make a mistake somewhere, so thank you
No,
for clarifying
I would
that.
view this more as just the committee, because you guys are the new kids on the block, relatively speaking. You know, this is the committee reaching a maturing point, you know, so, you know, you're going to be more subject, again, the more tax dollars you draw down, the more subject to scrutiny you're going to be, right? So, because it's, you know, we're going to be the ones that are called out ultimately if there's something, you know, that goes wrong. So, but again, like Councilmember Garcia said and everybody else has said, you guys are doing a good job. I wouldn't take what I've, the proviso I put to the approval as any negative or stain or anything like that. Rather, it's just, again, you guys are reaching a point where the committee is changing and how it functions because it's just reaching that point in the process where it's maturing.
Okay,
So-
that's perfectly fine. The only thing we would say as a committee that we would like some help with is if, could we get some more hours for our liaison? Because right now, I know that with the other committees, they can reach out to their liaison at any point during the week if we want to do some projects, get something moving, communicate with you guys. But ours only works on Wednesdays, and that's it. If we don't get anything to her on that Wednesday, it goes another week before we get anything in.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a discussion now on the budget carry forward amendment, and as part of that, my understanding from Councilwoman Morano's comments at the last workshop is that we're going to be discussing, you know, whether that continues on an ongoing basis, and as part of that, we'll have to discuss how often that person will be employed and working. So I'm sure we'll discuss it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Let you go ahead.
I have one final point, just because it was raised. I don't think you're losing any expertise just because of the people that you have. You know, Claudia, Vivian, you guys have within the committee. You know, you have a lot of expertise, right?
Yes.
But if there's some specialized thing you want to bring on board, let us know. So when we have appointments, we can bring, you know, people that are maybe more involved in the DD world, or hey, you know, we want a crossover person for mental health issues. I love what you're doing with elderly affairs. I think that's exactly the direction we want you guys to go in. When you have partnerships like that, you're expanding programming, expanding the breadth and scope of what you're doing and touching other populations. As we know, you know, disabilities and individuals with special needs don't live in silos, right? That we create we actually create the barriers, but that's for another day. But I think you have a lot of subject matter experts that I don't think, you know, if I had to spend the money, I wouldn't necessarily draw down a committee liaison with a specific subject matter. If you need something like that, let us know. So when we make the appointments, they're the people that you need to kind of reinforce your committee. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Any further discussion? I know there's a motion and a second, correct?
Correct.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And did any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Did Councilwoman Ruano want to chime in with it? I don't know if you had unmuted yourself or not.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I want to thank the committee for bringing our vision to fruition. You do excellent work, and anything that we can help you with, we are more than happy to do so. I do understand Councilmember Dieguez's point. The activities that will be hosted, or the events that you decide to host, or the classes will definitely have the Town of Miami Lakes stamp of approval on them. So it is important for us as a council to know exactly what those events are going to be. So I appreciate the hard work that you're doing, and I give my approval to your report. Thank you.
All right. We good to do the report?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I prepared everything for you guys. I think it might actually be included in your list there. But dear Mayor and members of the council, we're excited to give you finally a fill-in on what we've been doing for the last year and a half or so. I know it's been a while since we've been here at the Special Needs Advisory Board to present to you what we've been working on. Despite the struggle with COVID over the time that we had to shut down, a lot of the events and things that we were going to work on were basically changed in our community. We were able to continue to thrive and work for the people of our town, helping to make this community more inclusive. We've worked hard at making sure our residents were not forgotten, and our special members of the committee were at the forefront of everything we do. Our treasurer now has worked to determine our official budget, which you guys have now passed on us, and we appreciate all that you've done so that we can continue to make these things happen in the town. This past year, our board worked to provide virtual and in-person training classes, which we've helped parents and students and even business professionals learn a little bit more about the struggles in our community when we give them the tools and to help them better the lives of our Miami Lakers. This includes workshops for guardianship, a necessity for parents with children with special needs that are coming of age and are still not able to make full decisions on their own due to their special abilities. Our workshop offered was worked through the legal help of the town's attorney and helped guide family members in the process of what they would need to be prepared for their children's future. We also participated in numerous events so far last year and this year. Since I've become chair, it was our goal to see that we actively attended other town events. That's been one of our goals. We wanted to be in every event we can get into to make sure people knew we were here, to make sure they knew what we were working on, and how we can help them in our community as well. And it kind of opened the door to parents with children with special abilities to attend these events as well. One of the things we're working on is trying to put a safe space together for the upcoming fireworks show on the 4th of July, where children that are with special needs and are having a hard time with the sounds, the crowds, they can come here and relax and disconnect, and it'll be a sensory-friendly environment and still be able to participate in the great fireworks show that our town puts on. And, you know, we've also done some other events. We did with the Halloween event that was at the town's youth center. We gave away a ton of these great toy items for the children that were, whether they're, you know, the kind of stuff we play with, you know, sensory-friendly items, instead of giving out candy. So the children were able to bring home things that are more conducive as to what they want versus what they're typically given. We also have worked on some other programs. We were at the city lighting of Main Street, giving out candy canes, and we're still giving out candy canes. I don't know how that happened, but we still have a ton of candy canes, and every event we've gone to, we've given out candy canes, a lot of them. And also we are giving out safety DNA kits as well. We've partnered with the Miami Lakes, the town of Miami Lakes division of the Miami-Dade Police Department. Officer Amador works with us directly, and he has given us a tremendous amount of these DNA kits that help keep the children safe, keep adults safe too, and we give them out with informational packets about what we do here in our town as well. So that's been, you know, a great thing to have at all of our events. We've also hosted some events that we are putting on ourselves as a board. That includes the annual Valentine's Day Painting with a Twist, which has become so popular that we've decided to do an actual second version of it where it's more open to not just those with special needs, but everybody in the town. We're trying to put together an event that maybe towards the holidays that can be in a larger place where we can do multiple events of that kind. That's one of the things on our list that we are working on right now. Also, we have worked on some new programs that are coming into town. All of you are very familiar with Arts for Autism. The program that Vivian started with this board a couple years ago has grown to 3 classes. We've just voted to pay for the new ones for the upcoming season for all the students to be able to participate here in our community. And I'm telling you, you know, this thing keeps growing. 3 classes, we started with 1. And a yoga class. So, you know, it's been fantastic. And now, not only do we have her program, but we're also now working to expand to a dojo program that's coming in, an animation class that's coming in. And we have several more in a stack of people that have come to us in these partnerships. I remember, you know, the mayor and I talked about this 3 or 4 years ago at a workshop when we were all together. What was the main thing that we thought that the Special Needs Advisory Board could do to make this town better? And that was put together partnerships with all of the groups that are already in our town, like Gigi's. You know, these events, like we've been sponsoring with her events, they're going to be doing a cooking class for those with disabilities to teach them how to do cooking. So all these programs we know are going to be beneficial, and they're town programs. They're not just us saying, hey, this is a one-time event. These are going to be weekly events where people can sign up to be a part of it. In some cases, where the scholarship money will come from, we're going to cover some of the expenses for the first round for students that want to be a part of it. And as those things grow, just like Arts for Autism, eventually we might cover the whole event. I wanted to get into one of our biggest programs, and that is our Special Needs Registry. Now, we have been working on this, trying to fine-tune it, make it better for the town, and we finally got some really good flyers out. We're going to start working to canvass the area and give these flyers out. I made sure you all have a copy up on your desk there. It's in English and Spanish. And we kind of shifted from this just telling you that it was for special needs and you should be a part of it to reminding everybody why this program exists, which is to help keep your family safe. We're going to put these everywhere we can throughout the town. We've got a box full right now, and we're going to canvass the town with local business owners, local places, our therapy centers, and we're going to let them have that up front so that folks that are in the town can learn more about the registry program and how it helps to keep, whether it's a child or even an adult or an elderly individual, as we mentioned with the Elderly Affairs Committee, working with them to let them know that this program keeps everybody safe. So, if you see these around town, make sure people pick them up. Also, we're looking to the future. We have a lot of events that we've talked about, but we also have a lot of really cool things that we want to work on. We've worked putting together events at Gigi's, as we mentioned. We've worked with Hope for Autism. We've donated toys to help them give out to the community. We've helped work together, which we did a couple of years ago, to get the Boundless Park rebuilt, repainted, rededicated, video production done on it so that we could share with the community what this park is all about. It's our special needs park in the town. A lot of people didn't even know it's there. So we got that, we got that facelift done on the property, and it's been fantastic. And so what's the future? Well, that's simple. We want to keep going. We don't want to look back. We want to build on what we've already done and come up with big and bold ideas. We are working with the town manager. We're hoping to get a meeting going with him for a concept that we've come up with as a board to try and build our first autism sensory-friendly playground in the town of Miami Lakes. We've seen a little spot that we think might work really well to help redevelop and build this amazing facility. We're going to work to try and find out how we can fundraise, grant write, and everything we can to make this park come in and not have to put any taxpayer money into it. So we can truly say that this is going to be an amazing park. And as part of our board, we work on it too, make sure it gets done. Another concept we're working on is trying to do a 5K run and walk. I talked to the mayor just a few days ago about this, and I talked to the mayor of Hialeah, Mayor Bovo, and they're like, we want to do a challenge, so we want to see the two of them run against each other. Well, maybe or maybe not. But either way, the mayor of Hialeah said, look, we'll close down our streets. We'll make it a town-to-town run where we can get it together. And we thought, well, you know what? We can be the first South Florida inclusion run. The idea being that because we're all about inclusion, we can make this a run where people with special needs and everyone with every ability can be a part of the run. So that's another long-term goal, but we want to work on it. We've put it on our calendar, and we're going to keep going on it until it gets done. So as you can see, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, we are working hard. We have a lot of great plans, a lot of great things that we're doing. We really appreciate everything that you guys have done to allow us to continue to do this and to help us make it happen. And that's the report we have for you today from what we've been doing at the Special Needs Advisory Board.
Any questions of the advisory board? Councilman Diegues.
Thank you. And not a question, but rather, by the way, I think that's all fantastic. And I think you already have a roadmap of where you're going to go. So I think coming up with the details of how the budget money will be spent won't be that hard. But I also want to alert you to there's an organization that's looking to do a bicycle competition within the town, and they want the proceeds to go benefit a nonprofit or organization that benefits those with special needs. So I don't know if you saw my email. I try to send you his contact information. If you need it again, I'll forward it to you. It doesn't hurt to at least have the conversation and try and see if maybe there's some room for a joint event or something together, or to piggyback off of what they're doing. And I think that by being a part of that too, that can also help you as you go to organize your future runs and everything else. So not a question, but just some commentary. And again, thank you for all that you do. Again, it sounds like you guys have a full agenda up ahead, and I'm excited to see what you guys do with that.
Sometimes we don't leave until like 3 or 4 hours after it's over. We're still talking. Oh, go ahead. Vivian would like to say a few words.
No, just I wanted to invite you all to an event that we're having on April 29th. A resource fair at the Mary Collins Community Center from 11 to 1. We've partnered with Arts for Autism. It's also a fundraising event, so we can continue to, April 29th, 11 to 1, yes. They can continue all the great work they're doing with the dance classes and now a yoga class, and we're looking to expand to more yoga classes. So I invite you all, April 29th, Mary Collins, 11 to 1. It's a Saturday.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all that you guys do.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention that. Thank you for reminding me, because I got lost. They have music and dancing, snacks, and raffle prizes too over at Mary Collins. It's going to be a great event. And it's not, also want to remind everyone in the council that it's not a Miami Lakes per se event, but also on the 22nd of this month, the special needs school across the street, South Florida Autism Charter School, is going to be having a safety fair and an autism walk. This is a huge event for them. The town of Hialeah brings in almost every single police, fire, ambulance thing that they have, and well, Miami-Dade police have agreed to bring all their stuff too, including the helicopter. I think even Officer Amador is going to be there with his car, and the school and all of them. We have a board table. We're going to be up there letting folks know, because there's a lot of Miami Lakers that go to that school, about the registry. And the principal has also invited you all to be a part of it if you'd like to come. She said just let her know. You know, you can be up there. We'll give you you can talk on the stage if you'd like, because they do appreciate everything that you guys have done to help make that such a great facility here in the community. And they still do have their adult program on Northwest 82nd here in Miami Lakes as well. So those are two big events that are coming up for the month of autism awareness, which is April. So we appreciate it again, and thank you for your time, guys.
Awesome. No, thank you guys for your time and for ensuring that Miami Lakes is a fully inclusive community. So thank you. Thank you for everything you all do. Appreciate you guys. We're moving on to the Blasting Advisory Board.
Evening, everybody. Miguel Martinez, I'm the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board. I want to preface my report that we are going on uncharted waters. Right now, things that are being discovered and coming out of what's happening is mind-boggling. So I'll get into that, but I'll explain. It's incredible. It's incredible. So on February 21st, 2023, members of the Blasting Advisory Board flew to Tallahassee to lobby for the blasting bill submitted by State Rep Fabricio and to continue to raise awareness for the issues affecting our area. Having experience from the previous year, we met with key officials and offices, along with knocking door to door. We handed out nearly 50 informational folders, except the folders this time were concise and included a web folder link. This allowed us to provide additional information without going over budget. If the reader wished to look further, they would utilize a link to find photographs, videos, and reports supporting our statements. Critical meetings included those with State Rep Tyler Soroy, the chair of the Regulatory Reform Economic Development Committee. After presenting facts and clarifying information of what we're experiencing, he gave his word of placing Rep Fabricio's bill HB 77 on the agenda for discussion. That's key. We were able to experience a session of the Transportation Committee. A proposed bill is being presented regarding the future of long-distance highways with autonomous vehicles. The modifications of the highways require the modifications of the elevation of the roadway. This requires a great deal of aggregate. This shows the need and the necessity for this material. We met with Director of Miami-Dade Pilot Program, Chris Colson. He was able to share with us the latest updates of the website for the program, which is now live. We were able to put the screenshot there. Well, it's kind of hard to see there. There you go. If you notice the yellow triangles on the website, this is the map. When you go to the website, will show the entire county or the entire area. But this is a beta version of the map. And at that time, the yellow triangles are showing the seismograph locations that the BAB assisted in finding placement for. The blue dots are actually filed complaints. Once this website is live, which it's in the process of being populated, it is live, but the full data is being populated, you can pick on your location of your complaint, and it will dynamically take you to the location of the blast. It will then show you all the data regarding the blast and the blast report from the miners, including the blast readings from this pilot program. The data is essential. We also learned, we met with the Director of the Pilot Program, Chris Colson. He was able to share with us the latest update of the website for the program, which is now live. The new website allows users to register with the website, facilitating complaint process. Once a complaint is filed, the user can see the location of the blast generated from the complaint, along with pertinent information of the occurrence. One thing that was critical that we found out, that the budget for this program does not include advertising it. So all the complaints that have been filed, and at that point were over 2,000 complaints, were done or were found out by this Blasting Advisory Board. So that shows that the links between the state and all the different components of this network that is now being created. So over 2,000 complaints. We're also learning that complaints are beginning to emerge from other parts of the state. The following is a list of the conducted meetings. On February 22nd, we met with Representative Tyler Soroy, who's the chair of that committee, Representative Bob Ramo, Lieutenant CFO Julie Jones. We attended a transportation committee, Representative David Barrero, and on Thursday, Representative Vicky Lopez, Representative Fabian Basabi, Representative Juan Carlos Porras, Representative Alina Garcia, Senator Brian Avila, and Special Assistant to the Deputy Chief of Staff, Amber Watts. We also met with the director of the pilot program, as mentioned, Chris Colson. But taking advantage of our group size, going door to door, we canvassed the Capitol and we spread the word. We reported or met with Representative Susan Valdez, Representative Doug Bankson. However, we also shared information with staff of Representative Gant, Gossett, Seidman, Representative Levon Bracey Davis, Representative Black, Plankin, Lopez, Cross, Arrington, and Susan Valdez. So while departing the airport, Mayor, thank you. The message you sent me, that led to what's happening now. I received an email forwarded by Mayor Sid. It regarded investigation of energy effects from blasting that's seeking funding. The study includes research and the ability to see measured movement of structures generated by seismic energy. Buildings are moving a measurable distance per year, being moved by this seismic energy we're experiencing. I provided a link, Everglades a school in Miramar, as an example. This website actually shows that a building is shifting away radially out from the mine location. So the energy wave is actually literally pushing our buildings. So ask yourself, how many times are we hearing pipes breaking, a pool's obviously happening underground, those are other issues. But that the big issue is the plumbing. How much movement can a pipe take before it snaps? And we're seeing it, but now we can measure it. I found this incredible, absolutely incredible. I have asked this professor, the study originated because they're looking at energy movement that creates from volcanic seismic activity, where around the globe, where a volcano can erupt. That's how this science has been evolved from. However, he actually is working with one of my colleagues from University of Central Florida, who then had recommended him to look at our area and see, can you see anything? We're looking at the Surfside building and the seismic movement that happened there, but then what's happening here? And they're literally measuring distances that buildings are being shifted. The amount of energy being generated is incredible. Science is being found. So, in conclusion, the trip was another success. The traction of finding an equitable solution to coexist is being felt. Meetings are being held that raise the bar. Proper questions are being asked as opposed to the previous inquiries of, what is this about? And again, as the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board, I cannot take the credit alone. The Blasting Advisory Board continues to act as a well-tuned machine. And further, we recognize this community-wide problem, and the community continues to grow. We're learning there are other parts of the state experiencing similar issues. On the West Coast, Central Florida, and here have the same complaints. However, the town of Miami Lakes is leading the charge. I'd like to also personally thank each member of the board, the town council, the mayor, the Representative Tom Fabricio, and all the community have assisted filing complaints and sending emails. After all, it is a team effort. Thank you.
Council, questions of the Blasting Advisory Board?
I don't have a question, but just wanted to, once again, as always, thank the chair for the work he does, as well as all his committee members. When the council was up there recently for Days, I had a lot of good feedback as far as your visit there. So I think you're making an impression, a good impression, and I think while progress is often very slow, I think you're making some progress. And so again, I think that is speaks volumes about your work as the leader of the group, but also that you have a great team with you that's helping you get the message across. So just wanted to say, you know, well done, and it'd be nice if some of these other groups that in the past have said that they're with us to step up, but unfortunately they're not. But again, I think you're doing a good enough job, and again, you've got a great team there with Rudy and others, you know, beside you. So thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Again, I want to reiterate what Councilman Diego says. You guys are relentless, and you have boundless energy. I guess my question would be, the bottleneck this time around was the same bottleneck we found last time?
Pretty much.
So they promised it was heard. Was it heard in committee? In that committee was heard? In the appropriate
And
committees?
I'm not aware that it's been heard yet, but,
Heard
but
yet.
he gave us his word.
Okay.
I know with legislation, this session is shortened because of the special sessions that have occurred. So doubtful that progress, that conclusions happen, but progress is being made. So we need to use that as a stepping stone to keep moving forward on that.
Well, all I can say is we need to, as a body and as a town, just keep, yelling at this, continue the pressure. Whatever we need to do to continue the pressure on our end, we'll do it. So,
Thank you.
yeah, whatever you need. Absolutely. Thank you.
I also like to say on our next meeting, this professor will be presenting his study, his proposed study. I've taken the liberty of inviting, and she texted me this evening, Mayor Doral, Chrissy Fraga, Mayor Cava's staff will be in attendance, and we're extending the other invitation to whomever in the public that wish to attend. I think it's pivotal what's happening.
Councilman Collazo, then Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, and I'm going to echo some of the similar sentiments from my colleagues. And being somebody that's not new to the process in Tallahassee, I've always known it's going to be not just an uphill battle, but one that is a constant, right? And I think one thing that I am in awe about, and it's not just you, it's your committee, is the work, the grind. You're not stopping, you know. And if anybody has high hopes that you're a quitter, I hope that you're dispelling those hopes every day. One of the things that I was most impressed with when we entered Fabricio's office this year during Day Days, I think the #1 item on his whiteboard was the blasting bill. And he said, I numbered him in order of importance to me. So if that is the reflection of your work, right, that you have individuals listening, that you have individuals getting your back, is the process. Right, and while you might not see the outcome yet, you might not see what you're working towards. Every year, every time that you reach somebody, every time that somebody hears your story, I think is your mission and your plight. And I continue to be awestruck because you have not quit, and I don't think you're going to quit. And you know, we'll continue to support you throughout that journey. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you to your board.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was evident that the progress that you guys are making is palpable, right? Every single meeting that we had, blasting advisory boards meetings came up. So it's definitely working. It's definitely bringing it out to the forefront. Fantastic job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just love how thorough you guys are, man. Like I was copied on that email chain going back and forth, and they were talking a language that I had no idea, and I'm like reading through this, so it goes to show you how much research you guys have put into this, how much love, effort. So it's appreciated, you know, from our end, from our residents. So the needle's moving, the ball's moving. So we really appreciate you guys, and looking forward to that meeting. That should be
Thank you.
fascinating.
Yeah, Monday, so
fascinating.
It's gonna be good.
Definitely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Rudy. Appreciate you guys. And a gal. Moving on to the CAFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Kay Grant, our CFO. CFO Grant.
Yes, I am.
No, can't be behind the scenes. Now you're front and center, so
I know.
we appreciate you.
She loves public speaking, so this is a great spot for her.
So much. Good evening to our residents, to the Honorable Mayor and members of the Town Council. Good evening, Mr. Manager, my esteemed colleagues. Kay Grant. I am the CFO for the town of Miami Lakes, as Mr. Mayor said. So 4.5 months ago, we started the annual audit of the town's financials for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. The independent audit firm of Garcia, Espinosa, Miyares, Rodriguez, Troeba, and Company, we're going to use GEMRT for short. They conducted the audit, and it was completed on March 23rd of this year. Before you is the final product. This here, the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida Annual Comprehensive Financial Report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. After tonight's meeting, the report will be posted on the town's website for everyone. This report is really a good read. It tells the financial health of the town. It includes the financial statements and notes to the financial statements for a better understanding. It includes the management discussion and analysis. There's a section that has the financial statistics of the town for the last 10 years. There's the compliance sections, other required supplemental information, but most important, it has the auditor's report, their opinions, and a summary of the results of the audit. Here with us tonight are the auditors from GEMRT, Jerry Donatis, Director of Audit Assurance and Assurance Services, and Francis Cabrera Yek, she's the manager. They will go into details of the audit, present the outcome, and answer any questions that you may have. But I would like to say that at the end of it all, I'm very proud that for the past 7 years, we have had no audit findings. What does that mean? That means there's no material weaknesses were identified, no significant deficiencies were reported, and we were 100% in compliance. I'm really proud of that. I also want to mention that for the 10th consecutive year, we received the prestigious Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for fiscal year 2021. And this comes from the Government Finance Officers Association. We don't take this award lightly because this is what we work towards all year. This certificate is really due to great teamwork. The preparation of the audit on a time, and I have to say on a timely basis, could not have been accomplished without the efficient and dedicated service of the entire staff. And for that, I want to extend my sincere appreciation to all the staff members, all of town staff who assisted and contributed to its preparation. And if I may, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Mayor and Council for taking the time out of your busy schedule to answer the questionnaires. And of course, Mr. Gastesi for submitting the attorney's report. Mr. Manager, thank you for your guidance. And I'd also like to recognize a few individuals who directly contributed to this. On the front page, you will see a beautiful photo of Graham's Park. This was contributed by Jacob Marin. He is the Department of Communications and Community Affairs Specialist. And also, Claricel de Cardenas, the department director, she was the one who designed the front cover at a moment's notice. Also, Renee Wilson, or Grants and Governmental Affairs Manager for the Administration, Compliance, and Closeout Reporting of Grant Funds. This year, in addition to the regular audit, we also did a federal single audit where we audit funds over $750,000. Again, there were no findings, no material weaknesses or deficiencies. And of course, the finance staff. I'll say it again. We have a great team. Maria Nips, Ala Abu Hussein, and our controller, Saley Leon Trujillo. She's here with us tonight. Thank you. And although the finance team is fairly new, we work together to make this happen and to ensure that during this process, also the daily operations of the department ran smoothly. So thank you, ladies, for your patience and support throughout the process. And lastly, it's been a pleasure working with the GEMRT team. Jerry Donatis and Francis Cabrera-Yek are true professionals. So again, thank you so much, everyone, for your support. And with that, I turn it over to Jerry, who will go into details, finer details of the audit and its outcome. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Kay. Great job. We got to get Kay to present at every single council meeting. She does an awesome job.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Kay. Good evening, Mayor Sid, council members, and town administration. As Kay mentioned, my name is Jerry Donatis, and I was the director on the audit of the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022, the financial statements for the town. And Kay did a great job in basically summarizing the major points in terms of findings and things like that, but I'll just briefly go over our summary. The annual comprehensive financial report was submitted, as Kay mentioned, with a date of March 23rd, 2023. So that allows the town to submit the financials in time to once again be eligible for the Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Financial Reporting. And the opinion in the audit report was an unmodified opinion, so there were no material misstatements. That basically means, everything was fairly stated on material respects, and it's a clean opinion. There were no findings, and there were no prior year findings to address, and there were no significant weaknesses or significant deficiencies to identify in the reports. In terms of our process and what we audit and what we look at, we do extensive testing on various things, and we did not encounter any difficulties in our completing our procedures. Everything we asked for, we requested. Any inquiries we had were provided to us by Kay and her staff in a timely manner. And we had no complications in dealing with management throughout the audit. During our field work, there were a few audit adjustments that were posted. One of them was related to the implementation of a new lease standard, which was GASB 87. And then there was another adjustment related to a deferred refunding related to the debt that's owed to the county. In terms of the fund balance, the town had approximately $5.3 million of unassigned fund balance as of September 30th, 2022, which is in compliance with the town's reserves policy for unassigned fund balance. In terms of the budget, overall expenditures were within budgeted amounts, and revenues and appropriations were sufficient to cover the expenditures. As I mentioned, there was one new accounting standard that was implemented, which was related to leases. Basically now, all leases are capitalized and added to the statement of financial position. So previously, an operating lease would be expensed. Now there's a right to use asset, they call it, and a lease liability. So that was the major change, but it didn't really have a significant impact on the town's financial statements. Everything that we needed to evaluate and determine proper implementation of the new standard was provided to us. And other than that, the accounting policies and presentation of the financials were consistent with the previous year. There was federal grant funding in excess of $750,000 that was spent during the year, so there was another federal single audit required. There was one major program that was audited, and that was related to the funding received from the coronavirus state and local recovery funds. We had no compliance findings related to our testing for that program, and the opinion in that single audit report was also unmodified. And in that single audit, we work closely with the grants director, Renee, and then also with the director of finance, or CFO, Kay, as well. And so that's in a nutshell, the major points in terms of the results of the audit. And I would like to thank Kay, because, you know, it was her first year as CFO, and it was really a smooth transition from previous year's audits. We didn't really miss a beat. You know, we kind of set deadlines for her, and she sets deadlines for us, so it worked really well. And also Francis Cabrera Yek, who was recently promoted at our firm as manager, so she's basically leads the team here. And without the leadership of both Francis and Kay on their respective teams, they really are the ones that are able to get this done in time. Other than that, if you have any questions, feel free. And as always, we're always available throughout the year.
Does this still get submitted to the Department of Financial Services, or do we don't deal with the Auditor General for the state?
Yes, it gets both. It gets submitted to the Auditor General with a checklist to the Auditor General through email and hard copy, and then it also gets submitted to the Department of Financial Services with they call it an annual financial report that's submitted online as well.
And I know the Legislative Joint Committee usually has hard dates, but I'm sure we meet that.
Yes, it's June 30th, I believe. So that's yeah.
We appreciate you, Jerry. Francis, congrats on the promotion. You guys are awesome. When you're both here, it's very seamless. You know, a lot of folks might get they're not even in the way. They're like, people love them, love seeing them. So appreciate all the work that you guys do and working with our team so seamlessly and giving us this information. It's so important. Not only do we have good controls internally, but having a third party come in and just double check is good practice. So it's mandated by the state.
Right,
So,
right, of course.
But it's also great practice. So thank you.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I also want to just say 7 years straight without a finding and 10 years of financial reporting award is amazing.
It is.
It just gives confidence to our residents that our tax dollars are being used wisely, and we're not wasting them, and we're accounting for every cent, and it just makes our job up here a lot easier. So again, thank you to the staff. I know it's in the transition, Kay, first year, and you didn't miss a beat. So again, you guys make us look good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right, we're moving on to the consent calendar. Any motions on the consent calendar?
Motion to move the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Any opposed? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The consent calendar has been adopted. We're moving on to ordinances in first reading, 11A.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 17 by creating Section 17-3 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Any questions on?
Move it. Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11A. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are moving on to item 12A, ordinance in second reading. This is a public hearing. Mr. Attorney, please read this into the record, and then we'll open up the public hearing if anyone wants to speak on the side.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending the town's fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, established by ordinance number 22-307, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on our budget amendment ordinance? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on our budget amendment ordinance? Going once, going twice. Closed. Public hearing is closed. Council, you all voted last time. We had a workshop on all these items, and you all voted last time to go one by one. Just take a quick vote, up or down, and let's just move that forward as fast as possible, please. There were two items that were added to this. One of them was 14C, which was my item, and then the other one was 16B, which was Councilman Fernandez's item. I'll, real quick on 14C to get out of the way, I wanted to see if we can wrap 4 of our traffic signal boxes in honor of our men and women in the armed forces and in honor of the men and women in our local Miami Lakes Police Force and our local Station 64 and Station 1. These boxes cost $1,000 each to do. What I would like to see is us to just allocate the $4,000. I'm going to make a motion to that effect in a second. Allocate $4,000 to this. Have town staff work with different designs. Bring it back to us at a subsequent council meeting, and for us to vote up or down on the design. But to at least have the dollars allocated there, so we can. I'm sure there might be let's do sponsors, do this and that. Look, I think these are very sensitive, right? We're talking about honoring our men and women in uniform, so I think it's best for us to move in this direction, and even maybe you guys decide to go a different direction, but as long as we have some dollars there. So I just want to make a motion to allocate $4,000 to wrapping 4 traffic signal boxes in honor of our men and women in uniform.
Second.
Discussion on this. Councilman Collazo.
I don't necessarily have any issue with the $4,000 being allocated. I'd just like to do what we've done in the past, which is bring in maybe the Public Safety Committee, the Veterans Committee, and make sure that they're part of the process as well. I'd like for them to have some input, especially if we're going to go ahead and add some design that honors the group that they represent, so to speak.
I'll second that.
The amendment, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none,
Aye.
the motion passes. We're back on to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing
Aye.
none, the motion passes. We're on to the next one, and then I'll start going down the list after that.
Hold on,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. So we were promised by the town manager that we would have a rolling budget, a running tally.
We're getting it up.
Of the balance. So we need starting balance minus $4,000, and
There it is.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you.
That one was out of order. It wasn't in the order that we thought we were gonna go in, but, well.
All right. Okay, we're on 16B.
We need to see that running tally.
Yes, we're on 16B, Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So the reason that I wanted to move up 16B, Germán is slated to give a presentation on this item, and I thought it would make the item moot if we had the presentation after the carry forward item. So if Germán can come up and give his presentation. He's in the back room. Germán, can you come out of the control room? I see him moving in there. Thank you, sir. So if you could walk us through what you were going to present for 16B.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. This is Germán Curi, your Chief Innovation and Technology Officer. Staff members have looked into the new business item from the February agenda requesting the evaluation for the upgrade of the broadcasting equipment here in the chambers. There are 3 upgrades that will need to take place. Part number 1 will be leveling the output signals. This will particularly improve the quality of streaming media such as PowerPoint presentation, Excel files, and similar content. We talked something about transparency. Sorry. If you watch some of the council meetings, if there's a PowerPoint presentation or an Excel file with a lot of information, it's hardly, you can hardly see it, the content.
So if I can stop you for a second. So for example, what is going up on the screen now, somebody that's watching our live stream probably.
Oh, that's really big.
Okay.
We're talking about more like the budget where you have all the line items.
Got it.
That
Got it.
correct. Part two will be improving the resolution of those signals, again, particularly for the PowerPoint presentation and similar content. And part three will be improving the resolution of the live feed signal, which are the cameras, and also improving the wiring infrastructure here in the chambers. We can complete this project in one shot or in phases. If a phase approach is chosen, the end result would not be affected, nor extra money will be expended. The cost for each phase will be as follows. Phase one is about $15,000. Again, we'll be leveling the output signal. Right now we have some components that it takes a very low resolution signal that we have and is splitting into the different outputs, making it worse. Phase two is about also $15,000. What it will do, it will improve this output signal from a low resolution to a high resolution 1080p. And also, we will perform some quality improvements on the back area of this room. Phase three is about $40,000 to $50,000, and consists in improving the live feed signal to high resolution, which are the video that is captured by our 2 cameras on the back and 1 camera on the front. These cameras are low resolution cameras that will be replaced by 1080p resolution. However, in addition to the cameras, there is also the need to upgrade the wiring infrastructure here in the town. Why is that? The wiring is 10 years old, is a 480 resolution, which is 1980s, 1990s technology. So we have to upgrade the cameras, then also we need to upgrade the wiring. So the total cost of this upgrade is about $80,000 to $90,000. This amount is comparable to previous proposals that we have obtained from different vendors in the past 6 years. I believe this is the 3rd time that we've gone through the process, through this exercise, and the cost is about the same. Any questions?
Can you repeat what the first phase was again, like what's covered in that 15,000?
Okay, the first phase, what it's gonna do is replace some components that we have installed, and it's basically a splitter. It's taking all the output signals and it's splitting those into small signals. So we have a low resolution, and then we split it. Resolution is the worst. So that would be phase one.
I'd like to make a motion to add phase one to our carry forward amendment.
Second. Discussion on phase. The reason I seconded it for discussion, and obviously I'm in favor, is that the equipment that we currently have is from 2013, right? So it's 10 years later, and that's one of the complaints I get from residents all the time. Extremely grainy. People can't see different reports, can't see this, can't see that. Today I got complaints again, and look, it's time for us to, if we are believers in transparency, to keep taking the equipment that serves the people, not only now, but another 10 years moving forward, to keep serving them the right way. You know, I really believe that this goes a long way. Just think about the bang for the buck that we got with the first $15,000. I think it was $13,000 that we first spent. I mean, we've hosted debates here, hundreds of meetings. I mean, and the amount of people that have watched is in the hundreds of thousands over the years, you know. So I really believe it's just the right thing to do for our residents going forward. So I'm going to be voting in favor of this one. Yes, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I voted for this last time. I'm going to support it again. I also get a lot of comments about the live feed and you know, just the playback quality and everything. In fact, I had one resident that said even Sweetwater has better cameras than you do. And obviously it's no knock on Sweetwater, but they are a smaller municipality overall than we are. But I do want to put something on the record, though, is that, you know, when we had our workshop, you know, last week, we were discussing how we were going to prioritize items that had to get done right away. I obviously respect transparency and everything else, but again, I've made it very clear that my baby is the feasibility study on converting to solar, which I think also benefits the residents in the form of, you know, significant savings over time. And it's a good starting point, just as this phase one is a good starting point to start to update the 10-year-old technology. And again, you know, I just want to be clear that, you know, I hope there'll be support for that item later, but I will be supporting this as well.
if I, Mr. Mayor.
And after this one, since this really, I don't think this was one of the 15 that was debated at the workshop. After this one, we're gonna move it along a little bit faster, so.
Real quick question, will this phase one fix the grainy problem with PowerPoint?
Yes.
So
That's the one.
we'll
that
see,
import- yep.
we'll see 1080 PowerPoint.
No 1080. We're
We'll
gonna have
right
now we have a low resolution 1980s, 1990s technology 480.
Okay.
What we're gonna do is all those output signals, including PowerPoint presentation and similar content, will be at that resolution. Right now, we're just splitting those, even making it worse.
Okay,
so
so
we're
you'll
just
be-
gonna get it to 480. It's not gonna be 1080p.
But
That
it'll
will
be
the second
clearly,
phase.
clearly seen on
It should
live
be,
feed or
yes.
YouTube or things like that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
For 15 grand, we're going to the 80s.
Yes. Yeah, you got it.
Pixel, we're gonna be.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Councilman Ruano, Councilman Alvarez? If not, seeing none.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Ruano.
Thank you very much. I have a question. The presentation or the spreadsheet that's on the screen right now is very clear. Is there a difference between, like, when we upload PowerPoint presentations versus what I'm looking at now?
Right now, what we have is a very large zoom in on that presentation from, we have like 4 or 5 rows in there. We're talking about those Excel files where we have the budget, all the columns and different rows of numbers. You can barely see the information. When
Right,
you're
because they're very small and they cannot be zoomed in.
Correct. Once, yeah, this is already a certain resolution. You want to zoom, it's going to be just grainy. Yeah, very hard to see.
So, Councilman, if I can add to that, and the town manager mentioned it earlier. So, I'm assuming you're connected to the meeting via Zoom, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So on Zoom, there's no loss because it's natively digital. It's the ones that are looking at the live stream either on the website or through
Facebook,
YouTube,
yes.
Facebook. That feed is the one that we're talking about improving. The whoever, when you connect directly on Zoom, the quality is much better.
Okay, understood. And I also want the residents to understand that there are documents that we receive, particularly when they are like many columns in one page, that they're very, very, very small. Like even the hard copies are hard to read, particularly when we look at our budget. When those items are posted or uploaded to these sites, there's going to be no way that you can look at a particular number because they're difficult to read even on paper. I had another question for Germán. Does this first phase of these improvements obligate us to move on to phase 2 and 3, or can these improvements stand on their own if for whatever reason we cannot continue with the following phases?
Yes, as I mentioned before, we can do this in phases or in one shot. If we do in phases, the end result would not be affected. So we can do phase 1 right now and then wait a little bit and then phase 2. We shouldn't wait 5 or 10 years because we might need to replace everything again. But at least in the medium to long term, we can wait, definitely. It's just a matter of don't wait that long.
Okay, and for me, I guess I'll put my thoughts on the record since we're discussing this now. For me, there are other pressing issues, and I understand that our residents enjoy these live broadcasts and they want to participate as much as possible. But we still have significant infrastructure needs, sidewalks and trees and things of that nature that we tend to not focus on sufficiently. So this will still be a no for me, but I just wanted to ask those questions in the event that it comes up before us again. Thank you, Germán.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing Councilman
No.
Morano voted
I'm a
no.
no.
One no vote. The motion passes. Madam Clerk, so I'm going to start calling one by one. If you could just expeditiously call the roll, unless a council member really feels that they need to defend, like I'm sure Councilman Dieguez is going to be talking about feasibility studies. But if you don't see any council member saying that, I need you to please, as expeditiously as possible, just call the roll real fast, if everybody's okay with that. So I'm going to call out the first one, which is grant support. Are there any motions for any of the 4 options?
I
So-
move option 3. Oh, sorry.
There's a motion for option 3.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Can you repeat what we're voting on again, please?
We are,
I'm sorry,
we
I
are
missed it.
voting on grant support, option 3, which is $50,000, contractual consultant support for grant writing, grants administration, and grants closeout services as needed per hourly rate.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to the next one, which is the biennial townwide community survey.
I'll move to deny that one.
I'll move to approve.
Well, I guess my motion came first, so I guess we'll.
I'll second the deny.
I'll second the motion to deny.
All right, since their motion to deny, I just want to put on the record, getting resident feedback for $15,000 is extremely, extremely affordable, and it's something I would like to see going forward. I think everybody's voice should be heard in the process, so, but that's fine. Hey, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to deny. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
And Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next one, Veterans Park Playground Lighting. Are there any motions on the table for that?
I will move to deny.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to item 5, pickleball courts at Barbara Goldman High School.
I will move to deny.
I'll second.
I'll make a motion, and I want to make a motion to amend it, that we accept we at least move forward on what's being proposed at today's council meeting.
At Barbara Goldman?
The mayor's motion was to amend the motion to deny to incorporate whatever presentation you guys heard earlier, which I was not present for. So can somebody give me a brief overview on that?
Can we move forward with that on property that doesn't belong to us?
With respect to the budget, and I want to make sure that we're germane, we're just talking about the budget. The fact that we're trying to parlay it into a P3 or bringing in, for the councilman's benefit, an organization came and represented a game of paddle, which is very similar, akin to pickleball. They're looking to partner with people that have space to build out or create a 35,000 square foot facility for this game. One of the questions that I think I brought it up, and there was some discussion, where are they looking to put this? They said anywhere where it could kind of fit. So I think what the mayor's trying to do is saying this might be a good fit for that organization. And that kind of brings you up to date with what we're discussing.
Yeah, and they actually even offered, they said they could work something out where they would pay for some of our baseball fields where we don't have the money, and for other things that we need at the Optimus Park. So,
Right, but that would be a conversation between them and Miami-Dade County Public Schools, correct?
I think we have a JUA that calls out a design.
No, but
The organization is specifically geared towards paddle, which is a game different than pickleball. And I think the game here, and maybe I'm maybe looking at nuances too much, but I just want to stick to the agenda, or else we're going to be here all night. And it's $50,000.
Nobody's seconded it. If nobody's seconded, there's no discussion. I mean,
Oh yeah, no, so I think we've already gone into discussion. So no discussion. Go ahead.
The motion fails.
Yeah, that was a point for clarification, basically, is what I was asking for.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call.
So no second, so motion to deny. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item, additional funding for police overtime initiatives.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
I'd like to add an amendment of $20,000 to this line item to include any public school safety measures that we might need to include with the additional police overtime.
I'll second that, but is that for K through 8 specifically, or?
Public schools in general.
Okay, I'll second it.
I just want to see wiggle room to pay for things like the buzzer that was requested.
Yeah, so I was gonna make which I guess is a friendly amendment, based on the comments that the chair of the EAB made. I'll see your $20,000, and raise you to 100.
100 more or 100 total?
100 total.
So 50 for overtime, 50 for any security measure?
No, 50. The 50 for overtime that we had originally planned, and then instead of 20, making the 20 100.
So 150.
So it'd be 150 total. Yeah, it'd be.
I'll second that.
Mayor,
Yeah, point of clarification.
if I can. Yeah, Mayor.
There's a
can I,
motion and
before I get a
second, so
chance?
Councilman Fernandez proposed to take it to 150, from 50,000 to 150,000.
I think what we're all wondering is what's in the 100.
So it would be 50 for police overtime and 100 for school safety to be split amongst the 6 schools. It's essentially my version of undoing the wrong where, or what I opine is the wrong, where we moved the Satori development money into Optimus Park. This essentially backs out half of the money that we did, which I think is a fair compromise. So we'd be moving 100. We would not be transferring 100 of that to Optimist ultimately, and we would be moving that back to the EAB to distribute for school safety.
So to be clear, those 100 in security measures, physical capital improvement to the structure, or any measure that we take that goes towards an enhanced security measure?
I would leave it as open as we possibly can. I mean, Lorenzo, I don't know if you want to chime in so far as the.
Well, it's no longer.
Yeah, it's no longer.
Yeah, it's just instead of
development agreement.
Instead of putting money towards MLOP.
Yeah, so we'll for whatever security needs they request.
There's a motion and a second for this initiative. On this item.
I have no issue supporting the 50,000, but I do want to be clear. This is not to undo a wrong. This is to address a need. There's an individual with mental illness. Several of the parents brought forward a concern due to the proximity of the school. Some of the schools came forward with some recommendations. All the political gravy we want to pour on it to make this an issue or we can stump on, I don't care. I'm okay with the 50,000. I want to make sure that the manager does not have his hands tied, nor does the police major, and it goes to school safety or to the general safety of those neighborhoods where there may be an issue. Perhaps.
It wouldn't be 50,000. It's 100,000. I think is the amendment.
Well, 50,000 initially supports the overtime initiatives for the cars that are being burglarized, the crimes that are being committed in our neighborhoods.
I think you need to clarify.
Yeah, so I'm proposing leaving that 50 on the table. So we're gonna use that 50 for that, and then you proposed an additional 20 for school safety.
I proposed an additional 20 because that was the estimate, more or less, of police overtime that was going to be needed, along with the $5,000 for the buzzer to get us through the school year. I think what we're kind of having some heartburn is, what does your extra 30,000 bring to the table, and you're opening it up to
right.
No,
all the
it's not even.
schools.
It would be, I think, an extra 70,000 or 80,000.
Yeah, it would be an extra 80,000, and it would be to do that across the board for all of our schools.
But is it specific to police
But-
overtime?
No, they're saying to enhance. They're saying to enhance security equipment. That's not the role of the town.
And support
The referendum. Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would encourage Councilmember Fernandez to kind of maybe table this and do some homework, because the referendum that just got approved, a portion of those dollars that the taxpayers voted for goes to school safety in schools. So before throwing a ludicrous, I get it, an incident happened and we're allocating $50,000 that I feel we're all in support. And like Councilman Collazo said, like, you know, I'm okay, you know, donating an additional, you know, $20,000 for enhancing safety equipment, but that's not the role of government. That's why the referendum passed.
Right. So
And that's why the
maybe I
taxpayers
can
voted. That's why the
maybe I can clarify my position.
I'm not going to support $100,000, an additional $100,000. I mean, I'll listen to it at a state council, but I'm not. I can entertain the 20,000, but you have a no vote for me on an additional $100,000 to support Miami-Dade County Public Schools policing, and they have their own department, and taxpayers made money for those enhancements. You know, I think what the residents should do is, one, I applaud that they came up to us, but two, they should also go to a school board meeting and also echo their concerns.
I appreciate it.
I just disagree. I'm sorry. I won't be supporting the additional $100,000.
No, and I appreciate your comments and your perspective. My point of clarification is this: we're looking at $20,000 specifically for the K-8, and not including the rest of the schools in the town. So what's going to happen?
That's not our role. That's not our role.
Then
our role is not to provide safety features to Miami-Dade County Public Schools. They have that's a conversation to have with a school board member and see how they can bring more dollars to increase safety. That's not the role of local government.
And that's fine. And that's fine. Then why are we doing it for one school and not for the rest?
There's a specific situation with the proximity of the incident with Miami Lakes K versus the other schools. And I think that's kind of where we're getting at, right? That specifically this issue came onto our radar. It wasn't on our radar before because it was a non-issue, right? The opportunities for all the schools to ask for additional safety equipment, to ask for all of these requests wasn't present because the incident wasn't present until the incident happened. I think the global issue has to do with beyond the school year, right? And I made my comments at the, so that's why I'm kind of not necessarily, I'm comfortable with the 20,000. I'm getting uncomfortable with, you know, correcting the wrong, you know, the taking out of what happened in the past. So I'm comfortable with doing what the parents has requested. The additional overtime, the buzzer at the school, the things that kind of came forward from the request that was kind of discussed by the parents on that chat.
So real quick, I just want to chime in for the record. The referendum was a renewal referendum to maintain what the initial referendum did. A lot of the security measures to maintain the teachers' salaries, to maintain all their improvements. If there's an opportunity for us to do things like the buzzer, for us to enhance our policing around schools and other institutions. For example, we have schools and daycares in our community that there's taxpayers there as well that get no police presence. There's no officers in the morning. There's no officers in the afternoon. What I foresee with some of this is even helping out those smaller institutions like the Growing Place that is right next to Miami Lakes K-8. If we can add a little bit more dollars to get some more patrols around there, we have a bunch of smaller institutions that I think some of these dollars can go to help out. But 100%, I said it at the workshop, the buzzer needs to happen. That's something that we could fund. Goldman did it, Miami Lakes Middle did it, and yeah, I'm 100% in favor. But just for the record, the referendum is a renewal of what already exists to keep maintaining that going forward. But if we have opportunities like this to build upon these things, I'm 100% in favor. And if we have an opportunity to add overtime dollars, like the extra $80,000 for our officers to do different things at some of these schools that are not protected, I'm all for it. I mean, so I'm 100% for it. If we can add an officer that's dedicated to just patrolling some of those schools and those institutions that don't get any state funding and no funding overall. So I'm just saying, I'm in
When you have an
favor of it.
opportunity.
I'm in favor of
100%.
having that conversation when the budget cycle comes. Right now, we're talking to get us through the school year. And if that's something that we need to do, because this is going to create a woodwork effect. You fund it now, you're going to have to fund it ongoing. If you're going to take care of every single daycare, if you're going to take care of every single aftercare program, if you're going to and this is going to balloon. I am fine with getting through the crisis, which I think was the issue that generated this issue, and now we're turning this into something else. I think we all want to fund police. I think we all want to put everything into securing our residents. But I think we're also eager to kind of say, look, this is what I did to solve the problem, that we're losing sight of what we're trying to fix. There's an issue that created this. A gentleman with mental health issues had a breakdown, threatened the school, the police handled it, and now we want to make sure that it's handled through the rest of the school year. I just want to make sure that we're doing this in a wise and measured way. But you know, I think that's why we're all up here, to kind of offer our opinions. I'm comfortable with the 20,000, you know, the 50,000 plus the 20,000. If not, we're going to be getting into hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's going to have implications moving forward with our budget. And I think that's appropriate time to discuss those items.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of points that I want to make. First, we're discussing police overtime. Police overtime should not be attached to any particular location or any particular situation, because if needs in the community change as time goes on. So if we are going to increase police overtime, which I think is a great thing to do, if we looked at the survey from our police officers, I would say that 90% of them were asking for more officers, is what they were asking for as part of their comments on the survey. So I agree that we need more policing in the town, but not specifically to have a police officer in front of a school. I agree with the Vice Mayor on the fact that there is funding at the local public schools for this reason. These schools have all had threat assessments. They've all, after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas tragedy, they were all analyzed, and they all had the opportunity and the funding to secure their location. Are they going to be 100% secure? They are not going to be. The buzzer that we talk about, I'm not 100% sure what a buzzer is. I imagine that it's a lock on the door that you have to like buzz someone in to allow them into the school. That's a one-time $5,000 expense. I'm all in favor of that. That's not a big deal. But I cannot support, you know, $100,000 for police overtime to be specific to schools or daycares or anything like that, because the town has multiple needs. We have car burglaries. We've had homes that have been broken into. There are other needs that we cannot ignore. To address the comments of the chairman of the Education Advisory Board with regards to what I said at our budget workshop about the fact that schools had an opportunity to request funding. All of the schools in the community had an opportunity to request funding. And I understand that this was an unforeseen circumstance, but something like a buzzer to secure the school, which quite frankly, if Barbara Goman has one, then Miami Lakes K-8, there's no reason for them not to have one. This is something that could have been requested at that moment. I disagree with the fact that the money that was taken away from education needs to be put back into education by any means. That was a decision that we made. We don't have any wrongs to correct. So I disagree with that wholeheartedly. We created a situation after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas situation where we funded policing at all of our local schools to fill that gap. We cannot do that again. I've spoken to the parents at the school. If there is a field trip one day where they would like an officer to be there for 30 minutes to watch the kids get on the bus, or to make sure that the kids are safe as they're transitioning on and off the bus on a field trip, there's no reason why we cannot provide that 30-minute assistance. But we cannot commit to $100,000 a year to have a police officer in front of every child care institution in the town. That will become completely unfeasible. So that's not a precedent that we should set. It's really not our function. Miami-Dade County Public Schools has a budget. The state and the federal government continues to fund that budget. There have been increases, and there is a police officer there all day, every day. There is a police officer in front of every school all day, every day. And we have officers there in the morning and in the afternoon. So I disagree with the fact that we are not lending police assistance. If there's a special situation, we'd be more than happy to assist. And for that, part of our overtime budget funds can be used to that. But I don't want to attach these funds to any one particular school or any one particular need in the town. I'd like the police major to have the opportunity to use those funds at his discretion if we are going to increase that $50,000 number. Thank you.
If I may, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, I've said it from the past that I'd like to see more officers, like add officers. So I'm for the $50,000 in overtime. I'm for the 20. I'm willing even to go up to 30, but I'd like to, in the budget process, add another officer plus the overtime. I think we need it. I mean, I know the survey says it, and I know with overtime we can handle a lot, but additional bodies, especially when these situations happen, if we have additional bodies, we can move them around. So I'd be for the 50,000, and I'd be willing to go to 30,000 for the to add. But I would have my colleagues consider adding in the next budget process another officer or two. That's
through the mayor to the manager. What would the ask be to start funding that police officer now through the end of the fiscal year? That additional police officer.
Well, I can tell you that the school board has already dedicated a second officer.
Right, no, but not specific, just an additional officer, an additional town officer.
Okay.
For the rest of the school year. For the rest of the fiscal year.
I would like for that to be considered based on more than just a hunch or a gut feeling. I know that when we went through this process prior, that the police major provided information on response times, call volume, calls waiting, some of the data that would reflect that our current staffing levels are not meeting the demand or even coming close to not meeting the demand. Some of our run loads have actually dipped a little bit, even though we have added more occupancies. Our response times have improved or maintained the same. Our calls holding, which are the non-emergency calls, because a priority call is always going to get dispatched. People are going to drop whatever they're doing and go, right? But the non-priority calls, the time that we have calls holding has been reduced. So, I mean, we'd have to figure out the dollars, and it would be an estimate because we'd have to figure out who would get assigned here, right? And we have equal staffing on all the shifts. I believe every patrol shift has equal staffing right now, Major? Yeah. So we'd have to look and see where is it that you'd want to put it? Do you want to put it on afternoons? You want to put it on midnights? Where is it? And you know, it should be with an intended purpose. You know, that what is the problem that we're trying to solve? So that's the only thing that I would caution, is that we do that based on trying to solve a problem, not a perception.
Sure. I mean, look, to that point, real quick,
Mayor, go ahead.
The perception that I have is that how much has our population grown since Satori has opened, right? So that's one stat that doesn't get talked about enough. We haven't added an extra officer to our force at all since Satori was approved. And then since then, we've had thousands of units, hundreds of units come online. Main Street, Lucida, you have the stuff on Commerce, you're gonna have the golf course, you're gonna have a bunch of other new services. So that, my concern is that, it's not a perception. I guess we could throw out a bunch of stats, but the reality is, when it comes to population growth, we haven't stuck to that. Because part of the game plan after Satori, because I was here, was to always add officers every time a new development came in, utilize those impact fee dollars to get the equipment and the new revenue that was generated to ensure that those folks would take. Even though Satori is a private gated community, we did what was right, and we added 2 new officers. Since then, there hasn't been an additional officer to our force.
Right.
My concern is just the population growth continues to boom, and we really haven't caught up.
And I know that the major and his command staff, they monitor that on a monthly basis. They're looking at the stats, they're looking for any trends, any changes. There's some intangibles, right, that we have to take into consideration. For instance, this nightclub that used to be here in the empty lot now here just north of Town Hall, that would create demand for police calls, right? So now that's not there. So you have to look at the dynamics. There's a lot of different factors other than just what's your population. And I'm not saying that we don't need to get there.
Even on nightlife, I'll give you an example. We didn't have a nightlife when now we have a booming nightlife, and it's we have 3 new restaurants opening up, and they're all like nightclubs.
Right, but
And
the
so what I'm saying
demographics,
is,
the kind of, the age level, for instance, the nightlife that we have is bringing in an older crowd, right? Or at least adults, married, couples, families. It's not a lot of the kids. It's not a lot of the folks that used to visit this club over here. You know, that kind of nightlife is different than the kind of nightlife that we have now. So
through the mayor to the manager, just to add something now, we're getting advice now from our board about the upcoming sheriff elections, all that. Would it behoove us to have? Would it be harder for us later on? Do you believe? Have you had any indication to add police officers through through that form of?
I don't believe it'll make a difference, because from their side, from the now Miami-Dade Police and eventually Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, whoever we're contracting with, they don't care. It's whatever we ask for, they give us, and we pay for it.
But we don't know if the costs are going to go up or down, right? We're not aware of. Are costs going to remain the same with the?
I suspect that there'll be a lateral. I think that it'll be just transition. If the entire police department transitions to the sheriff's office, whatever the pay structure is now, whatever the command structure is now, that'll probably, especially at the beginning, they'll just transition over. And the sheriff may make some changes over time, but it's not going to be anything that's going to be overnight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Can we call the question?
On this one, Madam
Yes.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes,
Point
the
of
second
information,
amendment.
Madam
Can you
Clerk.
repeat what we're voting on, please?
Are we talking about the additional 50,000 for schools, or are we talking about for the additional officer townwide?
We should start with the second amendment.
Well, as I understood his motion, it was a strike all amendment to Councilmember Collazo's motion to, instead of increasing to 20 to 50 for any type of.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it
are we
was an
still
amendment to
talking
the
about that?
amendment, and it was 100, not 50.
Correct, but I have from my notes is to a friendly amendment by Councilmember Fernandez, seconded by Mayor Sid, to allocate $50,000 to police overtime and 100,000 for school safety to be divided amongst the schools.
So
And I believe you
a
even
total
said
of
public
150.
schools.
Okay.
For a total of 150,000.
Understood,
On that
Gina,
motion,
thank you.
that is the motion.
But right now, it's just the amendment to the amendment, right? Because
Correct.
Councilmember Collazo made an amendment to add 20.
Correct.
Now you're amending his amendment, so now it's just on the amendment to the amendment.
Only 50,000 again, just to clarify?
It's 100,000 that he wants to add to the existing proposed 50. I think that would be the easier way to say
Okay,
it.
so motion to add 100,000 for the school safety to be divided amongst the schools, the public schools.
And again, just to get us through the remainder of the school year, which is less than 60 days, correct? So it's
Give or take.
Okay.
But the 100,000 is not only for staffing enhancements, it's for physical alterations, capital improvements, the buzzer, other things.
Not to take a page out of his book, but the wheels of government turn very, very slowly. So I don't know how much we can get done within the next 60 days. So I think it's ambitious.
But it wouldn't be, it's all the way through the end of the fiscal year. What you're doing is adding to the
Got
budget
it.
for the fiscal year. So it would go
I
all the way
understand,
through the
but
end of September.
Right. If the school was to request that the money be used for officers, then yeah, it would be however long that lasts. If what they request is a physical security improvement, then that could take longer.
Through the mayor to Councilman Fernandez, so it would be only for security. They would not be able to use this for anything else but security.
Right. That 100 would only be for school safety and security. Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On that amendment, Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano. Councilmember Ruano.
She just texted me that she lost connection. She wants to see if we could pause for a moment to try and reconnect her. Don, I'm not sure if you're back there, if you could check the Zoom.
She still has not connected. I can see the screen. Can I go on the roll call with the others while we wait for her? Vice Mayor Alvarez. I see him in the screen. Vice Mayor Alvarez. Sure, absolutely.
Mayor Sid, yes, the motion passes.
Can you reach Councilmember Alvarez, just in case? I just had him 10 minutes ago. He was there. She's, yeah, Victoria's trying to reach to Vice
I
Mayor.
was able to log back in. Thank you so much.
Yes, Councilmember Ruano, we're voting on the amendment of Councilmember Fernandez, which was to allocate $100,000 to be divided amongst the public schools for security purposes only.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm a no vote.
A no. Okay, noted. Vice Mayor Alvarez?
I'm a no vote as well.
No. Mayor Sid?
I am a yes vote as well.
The motion does not pass. It fails. The amendment, right, that motion.
By the way, I think there's support for an extra officer from what I heard everybody, so if anybody wants to make a motion to that effect.
So now we
Motion to
have the First
allocate
Amendment.
additional dollars and allow the manager, if needed, to bring back to us on what the cost of an additional officer will be for this budget year.
Second.
So,
Wait,
just
wait,
for,
wait.
for a point of clarification, the vote now is for the 50 plus the 20, and for the manager to come back at a future report with what an additional officer would cost?
We haven't taken any action on your motion yet.
Oh, got it.
So, yeah.
Let's take Councilman Collazo's motion first, then we'll go to Vice Mayor Alvarez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on Councilman Collazo's motion.
Correct, which was $20,000 for school officers in public schools.
Can we have discussion on that before we vote?
Yes, I thought we had it before, but absolutely.
I just wanted a point of clarification. I believe that the manager stated that the Miami-Dade County Public School Board had allocated 2 police officers to that school site?
No, ma'am. They have one officially assigned there. Over the last, I don't know, week or so, I saw them there actually yesterday in the afternoon and today at dismissal time. They have a second one that goes there only during, I think, arrival or dismissal, or at least he goes by periodically. So it may be a roving sergeant or supervisor that goes there to assist during only some periods of the day.
Okay, and do we have the cost of an officer for the remainder of the school year to be placed at that location? Is $20,000 the cost?
No, I think that Councilmember Fernandez's motion was for, or Councilmember Collazo's motion was for $20,000 for security measures globally to all schools.
I was specifically saying the issue that came forward at that school created an awareness in all the schools, but specifically, we were trying to address an issue of security due to the incident that happened in the proximity of the person who perpetrated it.
To that particular school?
Well,
To Miami Lakes and Dade Center?
I think he also has, the gentleman who perpetrated the issue also has students that go to Goldman, from my understanding. So what I wanted to do was make sure that the town had the resources and had enough money to address it through to the end of the school year, whether it was Miami Lakes Elementary, Miami Lakes, I still call it Miami Lakes Elementary, Miami Lakes K through 8, Goldman, whatever it needed, but that the school also made some additional requests, like a buzzer at the door. So I just wanted to add some padding to get us through the school year at whatever school the manager and the police officers felt that they needed to put those resources, and make sure that they had the extra $20,000 for those immediate implementation safety measures that could help in relieving some of the parents' fears.
For the remainder of this school year?
just for the remainder of the school year. I think systemically we have a bigger discussion, which I think Councilman Garcia's brought it forward, the mayor's brought forward, and everybody here sounds in support, which includes additional officers or additional overtime, and I think we can address that conversation through the budget cycle.
So this $20,000 includes the installation of that security buzzer at Miami Lakes K-8 Center?
My understanding from I guess the person best equipped to answer that was at the workshop, Councilman Fernandez suggested that was probably a $5,000 fix.
Right, but is that included in this particular amendment?
Yes.
That $20,000, we
Yes.
will pay whatever up to $5,000 for that security?
5,000, I
I
think.
be clear on what I'm voting on.
Yes, 5,000 plus the overtime, plus I think there was another suggestion that came up, which was security camera specifically. But again, the budget number is there to address the security concern at the school because of the incident and the officers.
But there's no dollar amounts for each, because when they presented to us, there was a lot of different things that they spoke about. They spoke about cameras, the buzzer, impact windows, certain gates, crosswalk. I mean, they discussed several things. So $20,000 doesn't go a very long way. So I just want to know if this is specific to police overtime or if it is to address multiple things. I don't want it to be a blank check for whatever comes up.
No, I'm not suggesting that it be a blank check. What I wanted it to do was for those items that were requested by the school board to go back through the manager. Any security concerns that could be, once again, related to the proximity of the individual to the school grounds.
Okay, and Mr. Manager, would this come back before us, before you spend these funds?
I guess through our procurement code, if you give me not necessarily, it depends on the amount of the expenditure. There are certain things that are small enough, like for instance, 5,000 probably would not have to come back to you. But if you want any item that because first, we haven't even spoken to the school. We're not even 100% sure the school wants. The items we're talking about are things that the parents mentioned at the last workshop. So if there is something that we approach the school and we say, what do you want? We can bring anything back, even if it's $1,000 or $10,000, anything up to the $20,000 that this amendment is speaking to. It's depend if that's what you prefer.
Right, I'd be more comfortable with allocating it to police overtime so that we know exactly where it's going and then address the other issues separately.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
To increase the overtime from 50 to 70.
But no, but to be clear, he said he's okay with that, so is that the equivalent of you withdrawing?
No, I'm not withdrawing.
Oh,
The total that I'm suggesting be spent on police overtime and enhancements to security to the school, 70,000.
Yep, between the 50,000 to continue the traffic detail and the nighttime burglary detail, plus
Correct.
20,000 for the schools.
Correct, and then 20,000 to address the issue with the schools.
Got it, okay. I'm prepared to vote.
20,000 in police overtime. I just want to be clear so that I know, I don't want there to be no police overtime and then all of a sudden have $20,000 worth of improvements at the school and us not know what they are. Since we don't have a list of what they are and how much they cost and what we would be in favor of or not, I don't want this to be vague. That's the only reason why I'm asking. Police overtime or,
So, I mean, what I can...
in front of the school is something that I understand.
Maybe, I'm not a lawyer, and I know other individuals here might be better versed at handling this, but can I say 50,000 plus 20,000 and then add 5,000 specifically for the addition of the buzzer at the school? But then we, like the manager said,
Right.
we haven't talked to the school.
Right, which is why I'm saying, and unfortunately, government moves slowly. By the time that we have these conversations and the school board approves and there's a proper vendor that can install this apparatus, it'll probably be the end of the school year. Because, I mean, we're in April. So chances are that none of this will materialize before the end of the school year. The only thing that we can guarantee is an officer at the front door. That's the only thing that we can guarantee through overtime dollars. So because I've worked with schools before and the procurement of these things is complicated and the paperwork is complicated, I just want to make sure that we know what it is that we're approving. I mean, the buzzer can approve at any point. It's $5,000. It's not a big deal.
And I'm completely okay with the 50,000 plus the 20 and allowing the manager, based on the discussion that we've had, to make sure that the school security issue is covered 100% that the school issue is covered by sufficient staffing or overtime, and then any remainder of those funds to be used for enhanced security measures. So basically putting a priority to the issue that you're bringing forward is ensuring that there's enhanced security at the school.
What we'll do with the 20,000, if you'll allow me, is I'll ask Major Ruiz to go speak to the school principal, speak to the school board police that's in charge of this area, say, look, the council has approved $20,000 for this school to improve security measures. How do you want to? The most immediate thing is to add an extra body, right? To be there for a couple hours in the afternoon. The more complicated part of the part that probably will not take place and be installed by the end of the school year, some kind of physical enhancement to the school. That's probably something that's going to be more complicated. But I think that would be the best thing, and that way our police department, the school administration, the school board police commander, that way they can strategize and say, okay, we have this money, what's the best way to spend to it? And then we can report back to you. We'll do it periodically. We'll just send you an email, but we'll report back to you at next month's meeting if that's acceptable.
I'm fine with that work plan.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So the amendment by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Councilmember Diegues. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes, the amendment.
Back to Vice Mayor Alvarez. You had a motion that got withdrawn.
Well, yes, the Vice Mayor, and then, sorry, just to put on the record, I have a very simple amendment too after his, so.
Vice Mayor, you had a motion.
Mayor, I did have a motion, but I mean, I don't want to be on this discussion forever. I think this is more like, Mr. Manager, if you can just come back to us at a future council meeting and let us know what the approximate cost of one additional officer is.
I will.
And just share that with us, and I think then I can have a conversation. 'Cause this is what's happening now is exactly what I didn't want to happen. We should all know what we want to vote on and what we want to discuss, and then now we're just hammering this off. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. So every morning, as you know, we have 2 officers to help direct traffic, on the west side of town. It's a highly popular program. Talking about it with the major and the manager over the last 2 weeks. I'd like to try a pilot program through the end of the school year, since that's when we get the most traffic, to have 2 officers as well in the afternoon. There's a lot of blocking of the boxes all the time, and that's a frequent complaint that I get and something I've observed. The major estimates that would be in $28,000 again to get us through the end of the school year. I'd like to do it as a pilot program to see if perhaps it's something worth doing in the main budget when we get to it later this year. So with that, my motion is to increase this line item by $28,000 for this pilot program through the end of the school year.
I'll second for discussion.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you so much. I know that I've brought this up in the past. Is there any way, I assume that the major is there, is there any way that we can do these traffic details using other personnel that is not a police officer? I feel like our police officers should be, patrolling and combating crime in the town and not standing on the street directing traffic. I know that I've brought this up before. I feel like there are less costly ways to manage the traffic. I don't know if the major is there and he can chime in on this.
Evening, Javi Ruiz, your town commander. I'm not sure, in terms of, we could, we may be able to utilize one of the public service aides on an overtime detail or overtime basis as well. We have one on day shift and we have one on afternoons. but the one on afternoons obviously has to be available for calls for service when that comes up, and the one for days obviously has to be available for calls for service in the morning. Other than that, we don't have any other civilian positions that could be utilized. The only other civilian traffic direction personnel that is utilized by Miami-Dade County is obviously school crossing guards that work out of headquarters. But other than that, we wouldn't have anybody else that we could technically utilize for that.
In theory, through the chair, through the mayor and the chair, to the major. In theory, that additional police officer that we're hypothetically discussing for the next year, would that be an individual that can help out in the afternoon for this role?
I would say that because of, and it's not necessarily an issue of calls for service or an issue of response times or things of that nature, because of the nature of the scheduling of the officers, right? Because you have things such as vacation time, times off, and things of that nature, because days has backup with our neighborhood resource unit and afternoons has some backup with our traffic enforcement officers, I would say that if you gave me an extra body, it would most likely go to midnights to help them to be able to take time off or to cover situations where you have people off or vacation time and things like that. So I don't think it would help or assist with what you're asking in terms of afternoons. I would have to place the person where it would best fit if that were the case.
But just to wrap everything up, then 28,000 though would be the number. However you cover it, 28,000 is what you would need in overtime to cover it.
Correct. We're not counting obviously the 10 weeks of school or school being out, the 10 weeks during the summer. So that would cover the rest of the school year and possibly the beginning of the next one as well. Okay.
Yeah. Again, just it's a pilot program, so the idea would be to see if it would work. So, because again, it's a popular program with the morning, but at any rate, so yeah, that's it.
I'm gonna vote for this, but just want to walk you guys through what the private sector does for these types of things. It's getting a little weird to me. We already spent $100,000 on the robbery detail. I'm fine with it. We're putting in another $50,000, another $28,000. We're up to $178,000 of new funding for police. Yeah, we don't have a permanent officer, right? Like, a rookie officer costs about $58,000 their salary. Their benefits, maybe another $15,000. Like, just for the record, like, this is government lingo that we're going through here. Private sector, it's a no-brainer. You add, the population's growing. We need to add more officers. The rationale that I keep hearing, it's not jiving to me. I voted no on the budget last year, which I never did before in my time here. But I'm fine with this. But I just want to put on the record again, this stuff it's not jiving with me already. It's getting to a point that, and again, I'm 100%, I'm gonna back up our guys. We're gonna pay the overtime, do whatever we gotta do. We gotta add more resources on the street in terms of manpower. That is a no-brainer. Our population is booming and it's continuously to grow. I don't wanna get to a point where, I mean, you're talking about it right now. We have officers at the schools. We have officers here. They're going here. They're going here. I had this weekend, all of our sports events are blowing up in the town, yet we don't have enough resources to have folks sometimes even pass by there, right? So just want to put that on the record. But we've added an extra $178,000 worth of initiatives after this vote. Yeah, we don't have any permanency, like permanent officer to back up our guys. And I think that has to happen. So, but I'm good with it. I'm going to vote for it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this.
On the amendment by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilwoman Ruano. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
He stepped out for 1 second.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
So this amendment passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on. Are there any other items on? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Right, main motion as amended.
Yes, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo. It's not here. Vice Mayor Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Beautification Master Plan Update, $25,000.
Even though I love this item, I'll move to deny it.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to deny. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Sometimes you got to kill your loved one. It's like, yes. Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes, I heard. A motion to deny the beautification plan.
Correct. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion passes to
Thank you.
deny.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to Senior Citizens Tax Relief Program.
I move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Disability Tax Relief Program, $5,000.
I move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to townwide crosswalk improvements. There's Phase 1 through Phase 6. Are there any motions for any of the phases?
I move to deny.
Motion to deny all phases.
There's a motion and a second, either Vice Mayor Alvarez or Councilman Fernandez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano. Motion to deny all phases. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Facility Renewable Energy Feasibility Study.
I move
Motion to
approve.
deny.
I'll second the motion to deny.
Well, then some debate then. I would disagree with denying this. I think this is a way to build in, like I said, structural savings into our budget year over year on, some costs that we constantly have at our facilities. This is a fiscally conservative approach, and it has to begin with the study, as everything else does. So I would ask for my colleagues' support of this. Again, this is a no-brainer to save money for our residents.
If I may, if we just save 50% of our energy costs and all our facilities, going to pay for itself in less than 8 to 10 years, and it'll be a tax saving for the residents. This is where towns, the county's going this way. I mean, everybody's going this way because it's a tax savings. It's actually making money. Not making money, but it's a saving money for the residents. So
I'm going to explain why I'm a no vote on this.
Okay.
So we've had multiple opportunities to invest in renewable energies. I'll give you an example. The trellis at the youth center, the roof, we've had to replace it 2 times. I've said it 1,000 times. Instead of spending money on studies, doing all these things, just put the roof as a solar panel, and it'll save the energy and it falls on deaf ears. And this has been talked about since the youth center got built. My challenge with these studies is we've continuously done them. This building, when they talked about LEED certified, and when the former council was here, they took a deep dive into it. I'm not a fan of these types of studies. If you tell me that it's guaranteed because of the study that we're going to save all this, or it's just one of those studies that it's a maybe in the future.
Mayor,
that's my
this
challenge.
is, if I may, this is what we need is a long-term plan, feasibility study plan to show that's the first step. And so then the town can start turning its parks, its any roof in any facility, we can start doing that. Also as part of a bigger plan to encourage not only residential solar, but to encourage floating solar and also to encourage solar on our commercial properties, which again, it's already been, I mean, the study will probably show, hey, this is a money maker, or maybe we can piggyback on a study already made by the county, because they have many studies that are just made. I know the mayor just unleashed a brand new roof over the libraries that perhaps we can piggyback on that, but I'd like to budget something, because if we don't do that, we can't move forward on a bigger approach. This will automatically save us some tax dollars. Go ahead.
So I would, I'm supportive of the idea in principle, and this is an item that I would most likely support during the budget process for next fiscal year. I think we're, as a body, I think we're really, really good at identifying needs, and I think we're really, really good at planning, and very, very bad at executing, right? We identify we have a monthly infrastructure report with 60 projects on it, and we get 1 or 2 done a year. So I don't think we have a shortage of projects and a shortage of things that we can improve upon. I think there's things that we can improve upon that will save us money. And so I think we should do it, but I think it's something we should look at during the regular budget process.
And I understand that, and, but I still think that, again, there's no time like the present. This, again, is something that will result in cost savings, right? We all agree that, for sure, reducing our reliance on existing traditional power will save money, right? I think we can all agree on that. I think, speaking with Dr. Lopez, right, part of what the study will do is tell us which building they recommend we begin with a conversion, or what facility we begin with a conversion, to look at other alternatives other than solar as well. It's also going to examine funding sources to accomplish this. It's a comprehensive study. It's not just, it's not just an infrastructure report that, hey, this is what we need money for. It goes beyond that. And again, this is an important first step. I think Councilman Garcia did a great job, explaining why there's no time like the present. Again, we've approved some other items that I would argue are also not necessarily important to get funded from this source tonight, but we did it anyway. So that's, and meanwhile, this, again, for $40,000, in the long term, we're going to see a lot more than that return to us. And I just do not want us to miss the opportunity. So again, I'll close with that and ask for my colleagues' support, even though I understand where you're both coming from.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to deny. Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Collazo. No. Council Member Dieguez.
No.
Council Member Garcia.
No.
Council Member Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to Veterans Park Bike Trail.
Motion to deny.
I'll second that.
Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to deny. Council Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Collazo.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion to deny passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next one, Veterans Park Outdoor Exercise Equipment.
Motion to deny.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to deny. Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Collazo.
No.
Council Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
Madam Clerk, I stepped away for a moment. What is it that we're voting
Veterans
on?
Park Outdoor Exercise Equipment, $45,000.
Motion to deny.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to right-of-way swell area parking at Canine Cove.
Motion to deny.
Motion to approve.
I guess, is there a second for the motion to deny first, or no?
Second for the motion to deny.
Madam Clerk, please.
Very
call the roll.
well. Motion to deny. Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
Yes.
Council Member Collazo.
Yes.
Council Member Dieguez.
No.
Council Member Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
A motion to approve.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Member Collazo.
No.
Council Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
No.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes to approve.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to bird sanctuaries at parks.
Motion to approve.
Second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Save the birds, yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Traffic calming speed humps, $70,000.
I'd like to, if I may offer an amendment on this, if possible.
You can make a
A
motion.
Put,
You gotta
put,
make a motion.
put a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion to approve. Councilmember Garcia.
Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Is there an amendment?
But did you say the
Yeah, I
amendment?
would like to propose an
You
amendment.
want to make it make
Oh,
a
my-
motion
my
to what
apologies.
effect?
My motion is to amend, knowing the many requests we're having and the probable, after we do the study, how much we're gonna need and the cost of each one, to add an additional 30,000 to these speed humps. It's a huge ask for our town for years, and we're behind the 8 ball when it comes to speed humps. So I would ask for an additional $30,000.
I'll second that.
But we're on, just to be clear, we're on item 16, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
So item traffic calming speed humps, motion to
100,000
amend.
$100,000.
Right, 30,000, so in total, 100. Okay, Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Nope.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Special Needs Advisory Board Liaison.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk,
Motion
please call
to
the roll.
approve the Special Needs Advisory Board
Mayor.
Liaison.
Mayor, can I just interject something there? We have, we can move this position to our general fund and cover it with existing salary savings for some positions that we just recently filled, that we have enough to capacity there to fill it. So we really do not need, I just wanted to, I put it in here just for the discussion item. We do not need carry forward monies to cover this expense. It's just, I think the motion should be to move it from the Special Needs Advisory Board to the general fund, and we don't need actual dollars.
What, to move it from, why are
From
we
the Special Needs Advisory Board line to the administration line.
I'll make a motion for that. That's what we need.
I'll
second that.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So it has a it has a negative, it has no effect on the budget, correct?
Pardon me?
It's not gonna impact,
Correct.
it's gonna stay at the 874.
The number for MLOP won't change.
I have one more, motion after the final vote.
So you're voting on the amendment to move it from the Special Needs Advisory Board line to the administration. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Wait,
Council,
hold on. Just point, I'm sorry, point of clarification. We're moving it, but it's not in that line.
It is. It's budgeted in the, Melissa? The Special Needs Advisory Board Liaison is currently budgeted in the committee's budget. So it's just to move it out of the committee's budget and into regular administration. It's still all within the general fund, but it's to move it to
Right,
administration.
but we're not moving the funds
No,
from
no.
the Special Needs Advisory
The,
Board,
the
right?
position, the funding for the position right now, it's in the Special Needs Advisory Board's budget. We want to move it from there to just administration and then leave it there.
With the
So,
expense.
So what's this 9330?
So there's no impact on the carry forward.
Okay, and the existing, what the Special Needs Advisory Board presented today, which is that their
That would
budget is 53,000.
It would still stay the same.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
yes. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
I think there's about $873,867,000 left. You sure?
I'd like to bring one item forward, and I don't know if how to do this, but we came up with a list of these sprinkle pet projects for all of us, right? And they have different bearing. You know, we voted up or down, but the original intent was to pass as much money as possible back into the capital improvement of Miami Lakes Optimist Club, and we've cannibalized some of that. And I realized that some of the things that we wanted to take care of I wanted to propose, if none of these projects get done within this fiscal cycle, that the remainder of those monies go back into this MLOP fund. So it's incentivizing the town administration to get these projects done now in the here and now, because that's the intent of this board. We wouldn't be talking about them now. And if we don't do that within the next 6 months, that those budgeted items go back into the MLOP fund. So kind of starting a clock, a 6-month clock to get these projects initiated, and if these funds are not used for that purpose, to go back into the MLOP fund.
I'll second.
I have a question to my colleague through the chair, which is, what do you define as initiated? Remember, I studied words, so.
Done.
Completed.
Well,
okay, so not initiated. Like
they at least go through the procurement process, not installed, right? But they go through the procurement process, that there's somebody that this got assigned to, so to speak, but that we've gone through the process and awarded these projects.
I think the finance term is encumbered, that the funds be encumbered.
The one that will probably be most complicated is the speed humps, because we haven't finished consummating the MOU with the county. So we can start doing speed studies, but the actual installation of the speed humps probably won't happen until we got executed MOU with the county.
And then what I would anticipate is that speed hump money go back to that fund, and then we have to address it through the next budgeting cycle.
Okay. One more question.
I disagree with the opinion on the speed bumps, and I shared it with the manager. I do think there's an alternative to working directly with the county. Public Works. No, with the county Public Works Director directly. So that's my perspective. Just want to put that on the record.
Yeah.
We can
Just a brief question through the chair, and I guess it would be to Jeremy, on the parking lot, the parallel parking for the K9 Cove.
That'd be Omar.
You guys are ready to go? Oh, Omar, sorry.
We're ready to go there? The parallel
Like, I remember seeing some plans related to that. I just want to know yes or no.
We have till the end of September to make it happen.
Good evening. That's OPC we prepared about a year and a half ago. We would have to go through the permitting entities and see if there's any additional documentation that will be required for us to proceed.
Okay, and lastly, in your professional judgment, you believe you can get started by, in terms of going out to bid and all that by September?
Well, we wouldn't go out to bid. We would do it with in-house the contractors we currently have.
Yeah, so issue the work order.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah, but we would first need clarification if there's any additional permitting that we would need before starting construction.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So on the motion by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Councilmember Fernandez, Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
And Vice Mayor Alvarez. Okay. Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on the final number, which is $874,467. That's left. Are there any motions on the table?
I will move to transfer it to the MLOP Capital Improvement
I'll second
Fund.
that.
Discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez. Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Now we're back on to the main budget ordinance as a whole. Item 12A. Are any motions? Well, those are any motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
May I make a comment before we vote on this?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that during the budget workshop, we had several individuals that came out and spoke to us, and I jotted down, I took the liberty of jotting down what their priorities were. And speeding was one of their priorities, a crosswalk at MLK 8, sidewalks, streets, tree trimming, and additional police. And there's several items on this list that we haven't addressed tonight. We haven't addressed additional tree trimming or additional tree planting. We haven't addressed, improving our sidewalks. So there are still some items that perhaps in the future we're gonna have to consider. I just wanted to put that on the record. I wanted the residents to know that we were listening and that we did take note of all of their priorities. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just make a
Yes.
quick, I just wanted to remind the council member Ruano that, and I know we didn't address it tonight, but remember that this is the first year that we're able to have a FP&L franchise fee surplus that was carried over from last year. So almost $150,000 that was distributed between street repair and paving, sidewalk repair and replacement, and tree trimming. So those three items are covered with the surplus carry forward from the franchise fee surplus.
Right, but how much is that surplus again? That franchise fee surplus?
Almost $150,000. Just
Right, so
a
when
little
you're divvying
below.
it up, we're allocating more funds to other items than we are to some of these infrastructure priorities. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to pass the ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
as amended. Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez, and Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to resolutions. We have Resolution 13A, Mr. Attorney. A resolution of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to Town Code Article 12, Division 2, naming pickleball courts located at Miami Lakes Optimist Park in honor of former Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez, providing for instructions to the town manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. I got your back, man.
I will move it.
There's a motion on the table, and I'll second that to get it moving forward. Yes.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. This item is from a suggestion that Councilman Fernandez made to name our pickleball courts and subsequently our tennis courts at Optimus Park after Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez. So this is the first time that you'll be hearing this. This will come back as a public hearing in May for all of you to approve. So this is a resolution that's going to be heard twice.
All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez is absent, Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
We're moving on to item 14A, Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. This item came forward during Day's discussion. We had the opportunity to advocate on a bunch of different things. One of them was on behalf of our seniors. One of the community-based organizations that was there, called Little Havana Activity Center, continues to talk about different opportunities, ways to partner with the town. One of the ideas that came up at discussion was possibly leveraging different community partners like Older American Act providers or different healthcare providers to possibly partner as individuals who might be interested in helping us with the senior center build out. The reason that was discussed was because the senior center build out through a legislative priorities advocacy perspective didn't look too promising in Tallahassee. So shifting gears to look at all possible solutions that might bring in some additional revenue into the town to help us with the senior center build out. So my motion was to look at community partnerships comprised of Older American Act providers and the private sector for that senior center build out.
I'll second it.
I know the manager left. I had a question for the manager, and he's... Question, the senior center, is it fully funded, the build-out?
Right now, it is fully funded based on the original estimate. The original estimate was, I think, $500,000. And last year, during this same process, I believe, is when we requested and you approved the remaining balance. It was not fully funded. So right now, it is fully funded. Obviously, we don't know what the final construction bill is going to be until we put it out to bid, but based on the estimates, it is fully funded.
So question for you, Councilman Collazo, and I understand where you're going with this. My vision for what I would like to see, and again, it's the will of the council, I love the way that Hialeah Gardens runs their senior center. And I foresee it something similar, small communities, take care of their residents, but they run it themselves. I just want to understand where the council as a whole is going with this, because I personally would love to see the model that Hialeah Gardens has, where they leverage that they have a senior center, get state dollars, federal dollars, I mean, all these dollars that come down. I know you're in that world, so you understand it very well. But my perspective that I've seen, and I've gone to 1,000 times, is that center, and I really think it would work well here. But yeah, I just don't know if we go this direction, would it preclude us, or would it turn us into, for example, what Goodlet is in Hialeah, right? So Hialeah has some, they have Wild Park, Slade Park, that they run their own, but Goodlet is run by Little Havana Activity Center. Would you foresee something like that, less of a municipal run, more of a center run by an organization?
Almost all of our programming is leveraged or enhanced by third-party operators. It would almost be like, would the city be interested in running the Optimist Park? It would be very cost prohibitive. You're asking us to run and function a full-service senior center. You're going to see a budget like you've never seen before. Older American Act provider dollars, usually they have better expertise, and they can usually hit the ground running. So if you're asking me for a direct question on what I see in the marketplace, I would see a hybrid model in our city, which is more consistent to the way that we operate all of our other programming and events, like we do with all our youth programs, with all that we do right now through our committees. So if you're asking me if I would have to do a hybrid model and you have people knocking on our door, why not, right? So you're saying the project is fully funded. I completely understand that. But there may be other opportunities to enter into partnership agreements with those organizations, which would then revitalize or re-energize those dollars that we can put other places in the budget. The reason that we asked the legislature for that money is exactly for that, so we can re-divert those funds into other places. And it just didn't look so promising soon. So if the state dollars aren't going to come through, it would just be another opportunity to have that conversation, not necessarily a commitment, but an opportunity to have the conversation.
Having the conversation is fine. I know in certain of these centers, it's cost neutral because they bring so much money in from all the different agencies, but I'm good with having the conversation, but definitely this is something I want to look at because I don't know what's the model we want to go with for it. And I do agree with you. A lot of our stuff we use third parties, but throughout in the past, we've looked at, for example, our vac trucks, right? So that was one service that we brought in where we analyzed it and it made sense. But I just want to leave both options open. I just wanted to make sure the staff didn't just start going in this direction and leave the other one open. I think
what Hialeah Gardens does is that they are the Older American Act provider. So cities can be the actual provider. It's just like if the city wanted to become a developmental disability provider and we start doing stuff like through SNAP. It was kind of ruled out relatively early in the front end because of the operational costs that would entail. You're talking about FTEs, staffing, and it's just not something that we're cut out for. I think you do like every other thing that you do, and I think you reference the private sector, you do a cost-benefit analysis and see, hey, look, is this something that the city wants to engage in or not? This is in my wheelhouse, so I know how these programs work. The city of Hialeah Gardens, if you look at their cost to operate that center, even though they're leveraging Older American Act dollars, they still have an infrastructure within the city to support it, which could then, you're basically talking about operational costs. So yes, it's part of the analysis. I would look at, is it benefit us to become the actual provider for Older American Act dollars? And that we can go through the Alliance for Aging and see what other people have done. There's some cities that go as far as having like a complementary model that they hire social workers, have like a senior services, and that department manages the older, like Coral Gables. Coral Gables has a senior services division, but then they manage Older American Act dollars to third-party vendors. So all of that's on the table. Again, the conversation came up because it didn't look too promising through the legislative process that we're going to get funding for the build-out, and it would just free up other money if there was a positive outcome from that.
Got it. That's all I wanted to hear. Cost-benefit analysis to see which one works best. So I'm good with with exploring. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Next item was passed already. The one after that was passed. So the next one is 14D, Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So this is based on a discussion that I brought up, I believe, in November of last year. And so what this would do is bring on or actually we would solicit for an external communications and marketing consultant to help our communications and marketing teams improve their outreach and strategy for social media marketing. So that's essentially the motion. This would be something that would be part of next year's budget. The item is just to put it on the table and make it part of next year's budget process.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, discussion on this?
I have discussion.
Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. To my colleague, I guess my question's very simple. What is the role that you envision this person taking on in the context of our existing communications department?
So the role that I see is having that person come in and kind of do an initial study of our current spend, our priorities, our staffing level, a holistic study of the department, and then come back to us with recommendations on how best to improve it.
And it would just be intended as a one-time as part of the next budget, but not a recurring thing?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I'll support it. I just feel, though, that unfortunately, the community outreach department, since I was chair of neighborhood improvement way back when, they've always been blamed for everything about why the success or why an event was successful or why it was a failure. And actually, even when it was a success, everybody else always usually took the credit. So it's true, though, and I've seen it firsthand. So I'm all for, and I'm sure the director is all for getting, constructive feedback on perhaps where they can improve their process. But, I just want to be clear that, that I do think our communications department does, as good as they can. And, I just feel sometimes our volunteers need to understand that, some events are just popular, some are not. And then, and then again, we have 100 and whatever events it is every year, and sometimes things just get lost in the shuffle, on top of all the other messaging that we're doing. So at any rate, just I'll be supporting it. Again, it doesn't hurt to at least, see, okay, is there somewhere else where we can revamp? But I just want to be clear that, I'm not necessarily holding my breath that we're not going to find something, extraordinary here beyond what they've already done. I think they do an extraordinary job, and I think the proof is that our sister cities like Hialeah copy everything we do. So,
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I'm for trying to help the staff as much as possible. If the study shows that we need to, hire someone to do the minutia kind of thing that takes them away from their main goal, I'm all for it. We can do everything up here, but if we're not able to communicate it on time, what are we doing, right? So communication is the key, and if we can help the staff improve, be more efficient, and it pays for itself in the sense where we're communicating it, getting our message out there. I'm all for helping that department become more efficient. If we can add some resources there, I'm all for that. So.
Any, Councilman Ruano, Councilman
Yes,
Coyat,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Ruano, Councilman Coyat.
Thank you so much. I will be fully supporting this initiative. A couple of months back, I brought forward an item to have the communications department work with our chief innovation officer and see if we can find, I guess, more innovative ways to market some of our events, knowing fully that there are some events that have just, the town or the residents have lost the appetite for some events, and committees have to come to terms with that, right? Sometimes there's things that we just don't enjoy anymore, or we become bored of. So I agree with Councilmember Dieguez in the sense that not every event is unsuccessful because it's not marketed properly, but there's always room for improvement. So I believe that I spoke to the manager about this, and I believe that the communications department is going to be sharing a presentation with us or sharing some information with us soon as to, you know, what it is that they found, or what areas they think that they can maybe change some things in. So this would be great for the next budget cycle. I would like to hear their presentation before, but I think that we can do both, and perhaps, you know, every time we bring in fresh eyes, we learn more.
Councilmember, the
Councilmember.
communications department has prepared a presentation that they're just fine tuning it. It should be ready to present here to the council at the next month's meeting. In May meeting, they're ready to provide feedback and give you some of that information that you asked for.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Councilman Coelho.
Yeah, I'm gonna, after hearing the councilman's explanation, I'm gonna support the item. It's, you know, one of the things that I've used external communication consultants in my organization in Tallahassee, and sometimes when you actually use them to do the work, it's terrible. You're working twice as hard, and you're doing work that you could be actually doing work with, and they're not necessarily adding value. I see this more as a maybe an opportunity to see the department with fresh eyes and seeing if it needs to be restructured or reprioritized. But at the end of the day, every department and everything is how much we invest in it, right? So the consultant comes back and says, wow, you know what, if you were to go and pay for all these things, and, you know, we have one of the individuals that worked on digital media and actually fund the digital media campaign at the levels it should be funded at, and actually, you know, pay somebody to do the work that should be, you might realize that you're getting a great value, right? And maybe that's what we need to hear, you know, that what we're constantly getting is individuals in that department wearing multiple hats, as in every department in town hall, to the part where, you know, to your point, where we actually find out that, wow, they're doing so much more, right? And maybe that's what we need to hear, to kind of give us a gut check, to realize, look, the reality is we do a hell of a lot with razor thin margins and very small staff. And sometimes as volunteers, right? I remember that was the blaming game that we would play, like, oh, why isn't this being marketed properly, or why aren't people attending this? So I understand both sides of it. I love the fact that we're going to go into it and maybe look at it with fresh eyes, and just be prepared to maybe hear what we've always heard, right? That our staff are doing a great job, and unless we're going to fund it at a considerably higher rate, there's really not much to it. So I appreciate it, and we'll support it moving forward.
Thank you, Councilman Coelho. So I saw it in a different light than how it was presented. How I would do it is, I'll give you an example. Clarisol's done a great job of hiring people, and she does a great job in the department. But Councilman Coelho's absolutely right. These folks wear too many hats. And when very talented people, sometimes especially folks that are talented in terms of getting out information, getting videos, doing this, are stuck with so many hats, a lot of that talent doesn't get exposed. So, for example, Jonathan and Jacob, when Clarisol hired them, these folks are incredibly talented. But a lot of times they get stuck doing mundane things. So what I would have preferred is maybe a third party to come in, manage our social media sites under Clarisol's direction, and let loose some of that talent. That's what Hialeah did, but further away, Councilman Dieguez. Hialeah brought in these folks that all they do, they don't post, they don't do they don't manage committees. All they do is create unique content throughout the community to tell a story. But what happens is, and you're right, Councilman, is that these folks are wearing too many hats, but they have the talent to do what Hialeah does. The reality is those hats are just way too many. I would have preferred for there to be money to have a constant, maybe a company that under Clarisol's supervision that manages all the social media, all the communications, and just let loose those folks under Clarisol's supervision to create incredible content. And I think that's those. I've seen it. Those folks do an awesome job, but they're wearing a lot of hats. Like, I think Jacob, the one that has the camera, man, the pictures that guy takes at our ribbon cuttings are incredible. Jonathan, the posts that he puts together are incredible, but I also understand they got to schedule posts. They got to go to committees. They got to do this. They got to do that. So a lot of times that creativity gets overshadowed by way too many hats. So I would have preferred just to give Clarisol that flexibility to have a company that manages a lot of the mundane stuff, and then just have her folks creating unique, incredible content like Hialeah does, and their communication has gone to a next level because they've let loose those folks that are incredibly talented to do that. So I saw it in a different light. They're doing a great job, but I also saw this as an opportunity for them to be empowered to do even better, because you're right, way too many hats, and I think it's challenging. And we ask a lot of them, and they do a great job, but I think this could be a tool, not just a consultant's great. They're going to tell you, Councilman Collazo's right, but I would have loved maybe a third party under her supervision to take over all the mundane stuff and then let loose the folks that she's hired under her supervision to just be creative, you know, and they are. You see the little tidbits of what they do, and you're like, man, what's going to happen is somebody's going to see that creativity along the way. We're not going to let it loose, and then another city's going to pick them up, or the county or somebody else is going to be like, what? I'll pay you more, and you don't have to do all that mundane stuff. So,
right. And so the way that I see it, that very well, you know, could be a scenario that would play out. But I would really want the consultant to do a deep dive into the department, conduct an assessment of what the individual's, you know, strengths and weaknesses are, and then tailor a plan, you know, according to that. Maybe they're really good at creating content and could use help scheduling posts. Maybe they're really good at scheduling posts and need help creating content. We don't know the you know, down to that level. So I would want somebody to come in with a fresh set of eyes. The other thing that I briefly discussed with the manager, and I would want to be one of the things that gets looked at as part of this analysis, is looking at exactly how complementary the committees and the committee liaisons and communications and marketing are, right? And maybe look at bifurcating the department and having staff that focuses just on the committees and the committee activities, and which is more event coordinating, and having different staff focus on the marketing. So those are some of the things that I hope we'll get out of the study. But I think we need to study it first. We need to have somebody come in and do an assessment, and then based on, you know, what they think our internal organizational strengths are, then come up with a plan of action. You know, and to Councilman Collazo's point, it's you know, the one thing that no amount of talent and no amount of resources and no amount of professional development can do is they can't increase their budget internally, right? The ones that control the purse strings are us. And so if what comes out of it is, you know, if you want to see improvement in X, Y, or Z metric, you know, you gotta increase the spend, then you know, but at least we have that option at that point, right? So it's that's kind of how I see the process unfolding.
You know, which is an interesting thing, because one of the things that we don't necessarily have from that department is a report. We have it from all the other departments, right? We have it from parks, we have it from, and maybe sometimes if we actually took the time to understand kind of what goes into it, you know, the interactions, the likes, the engagements, you know, what happened organically. And maybe that's what we should get, right? Is a reportment to actually say, wow, okay, this is what's happening. But let that come out naturally through the process, and then, you know, like I said, it'll be a gut check, definitely, and then I think from there we move on.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to my item, Park Pavilion Rentals. I just want to make a motion directing staff to do an inventory of our park and see if there's any more opportunities to add park pavilion rentals, where those pavilion rentals are extremely popular. People love them, and if there is an opportunity, they love them so much that they're so packed that people end up creating their own tents at parks every single weekend. So if there's any opportunities to create more park pavilion rentals that are very popular, I just want them to do an assessment and come back and report to us. To do an assessment to see if there's opportunities for more park pavilions. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Just one thing that I think is germane, based on the comments from Claudia earlier. Can we also look at the cost of installing ceiling fans in the existing pavilions? just to go back, can we look at the cost of adding ceiling fans in the existing pavilions?
We'll explore it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. 14F, Martins Park speech.
All right, so this is an item. I don't know, how many of you are baseball fans and were dialed into the semifinal game of the